Hello, hello. Let's see here. All right, sorry about that, guys. This I made a very stupid decision. I was trying to better my internet connection, and I went onto the monitor activity. I went to the activity monitor, and I saw this thing called Windows something, and I thought, oh, I'll just cancel that. It's taking a lot of CPU. Turned out it was the whole damn computer. The computer shut down. I'm sorry about that, guys. It automatically logged me off, and I went back to my original screen. But here we are. It didn't take very long. Everything's working fine. So let's get right into this. And let me just go back to the older stream real quick, and I'll see if I can answer your guys' questions real quick. Let's see here. Let me know if the music is too loud or not loud enough. Let's see if I can go to... Can I go to the chat right now? I cannot go to the chat. It doesn't let me go to the chat for whatever reason. Let me see real quick. It doesn't let me go to the chat right now. It hasn't produced the chat box yet. So anyway, we're just going to have to start from scratch, basically. It's not a big deal. But I already gave you guys my whole prelude about the possible scenarios for an American-Iranian conflict and how no matter which scenario you choose, Israel is going to go down. And just to give you guys the summed up version of that, basically, if you have a massive conventional war, America and Israel will not be able to sustain it. You'll have massive casualties. Sure, a lot of Iranians will die, but a lot of Israelis will die. A lot of Americans would die. And that would make Israel even more unpopular. It would make the Israel lobby even more hated. And you would have a massive surge in just absolute and utter inextinguishable rage against Israel. And that would make the situation even worse for Israel. And then you would have a destabilized Iran. Turkey would fill in the power vacuum in Iran and would deploy troops into Iran, thus making Turkey more powerful and thus making Turkey into an even bigger threat against the Israelis. If you have just controlled strikes, well, okay, let's say you have controlled strikes. Iran will then bomb Israel, and then Israel would be even more. Israel would be damaged. And remember, back in the 12-day war, it cost Israel $12 billion. That's $1 billion every single day. Israel's GDP is around 660 billion. So imagine spending $1 billion every single day for a war. Plus, Israel's Iron Dome can only sustain itself for about a week. So Israel does not have the capacity to fully defend itself in a prolonged war with the Iranians. Turkey would still become more powerful because as tensions would grow between Israel and Iran and America and Iran, America would then be shouldering more and more of the burden to be the stabilizing force for the American empire in the Middle East on Turkey. Turkey would then become more powerful. And remember, America has done a massive troop withdrawal out of major U.S. bases in Syria. Who's going to fill in those bases? It's going to be Turkey. Turkey's still going to get more powerful. Now, if you have a regime change, that would mean you would have an Iran more aligned with NATO. You would have an Iran having access to Western markets, Western technology. And so Turkey would then be enabled to deepen its access, deepen its alliance with Iran against the Israelis. And America wouldn't really do anything about it because America would need this NATO aligned Iran having a deepened security tie with Turkey to be used against the Chinese and the Russians. Because remember, Iran is on Russia's underbelly, and Iran is one of China's main sources for oil. And also, Iran is China's access into international markets. It's basically the Silk Road, because if you look at a map, you'll see that you have Iran, Turkmenistan, and then you go into China. So it's Iran, Central Asia, and then you're in China. And so Iran is China's major route into the international market. China needs Iran. Also, about 85% of Iran's shipped oil is purchased by China. So if you weaken Iran, China would then be forced to have to go to or use other routes for trade. It would have to find another source for oil. That would make things more expensive for the Chinese. It would weaken China's economy. It would hurt China's economy. And so that would hurt China. And that would be a win for the American empire. Plus, having a NATO-aligned Iran would be a win for the American empire against the Russians, because that would weaken Russia's underbelly. That would weaken Russia's position in its own underbelly. And that would further enable America to dominate the Caucasus, because remember, the only thing, if you look at a map, you will see you have Azerbaijan, you have Iran, Azerbaijan, and then you are in Russia. Azerbaijan is already a part of NATO. It's not a NATO member, but it's a part of the NATO-aligned world. And so if Iran becomes aligned with NATO, then Russia would lose that massive ally, and thus Russia would be weakened. And thus Russia would be even more isolated. So this is about weakening the Russians and weakening the Chinese. So if Iran becomes NATO aligned, the United States wouldn't care if Iran would deepen its security ties even more with the Turks, even if that would mean being a threat to the Israelis, because a NATO aligned Iran would be a massive weapon against the Russians and the Chinese, economically and militarily. So really, no matter which scenario you look at, it's a lose-lose for the Israelis. That's what I'm saying. That's my summation of what I said in my stream before I got cut off. Let's see here. I'll read your guys' comments. Hello, Joey Fingish, Quodius, Alexis Corral. Yes, we are back. Jasper, I agree that Turkey is likely to beat Israel and become a regional power, but that can go wrong. The Sunni axis relies on Erdogan and Giuliani. Sorry, they said Giuliani. Giuliani, charismatic leadership. Yeah, but it doesn't really matter, because even if you take out Erdogan, or let's say Erdogan retires, someone's going to replace him, and all the power structures are going to be there. All the political power structures are going to be there. Turkey's still going to have a massive military. It's still going to have an alliance with the United States. It's still going to be a part of NATO. It's not really going to change all that much. It's actually, I would say Turkey will become more powerful as the years go by. Could you imagine a world without any Semitic religion? I don't know what that has to do with the discussion, but okay. Hegemon. Good day. Hello, Grace. What do you think about the new loser club? India, UAE, Israel, Greece against Muslim club, Turkey, Egypt, Saudi, Pakistan. Well, Turkey is deepening its ties with both Iran and Pakistan. And so if you have a Turco-Pakistani-Iranian alliance, I mean, Israel will not be able to stop that alliance. That alliance would be an absolute existential threat to the Israelis. The Saudis are deepening their ties with the Turks because, well, I mean, if you can't beat them, join them. Turkey would be a massive threat to the Saudis. And remember that the Saudis used to be under Ottoman rule. So, of course, the Turks want to control the Arab Peninsula. So the Saudi Arabian strategy, or the Saudi logic here, is that if you can't beat them, join them. They're going to deepen their ties with the Turks. And that would actually be a threat to the Israelis, because then you would have the wealth of Saudi Arabia, the military strength of Turkey, the nuclear weapons of Pakistan. Egypt is a massive country. You're talking about a country of, I want to say, at least 90 million people. It's got a pretty big military. It's got American weaponry. It's a pretty serious force. So a Turco-Egyptian, Saudi-Pakistani alliance would be extremely dangerous to the Israelis, and the Israelis would not be able to beat that. As far as Greece goes, I don't think Greece really has the ability to beat Turkey. I could be wrong, but Greece has 10 million people. Turkey's got, over 87 million people, somewhere around there. It's got a pretty massive population. Turkey also has a much larger youth population, so that means a lot more young men to fight in war. Greece has 10 million people, and how many of those people are old fogies? So, yes, Greece has, from what I understand, a pretty powerful navy. It's got a pretty effective air force, but I don't see the Greeks beating the Turks in a conventional war. I do see the Greeks being a massive challenge and being able to kill a lot of Turks and really inflict a lot of damage on the Turks. But I don't see the Greeks being able to beat the Turks really without the intervention of God himself. Hopefully the computer doesn't shut down. Well, I'll be honest with you, I'm not hearing any skipping. I don't want to knock on wood here, but I don't hear any skipping coming from the background music. Can you guys hear the background music? I have the OST from the main menu for the video game Shadow of War, which was a very, very fun video game. It's a very entertaining Lord of the Rings video game that came out a number of years ago. Let's see here. Hold up. Looking much more civilized? Yeah, there you go. All about the sea and land routes between world powers. Yep. It's the great game. Bray, or your last name is Gray. Sorry about that. Grace Gray. Ted, I need you to put more videos out. I had no new content to listen to at work. I have been uploading videos every day since Friday. Last Friday. Let's see here. We're back. Yup. What's going on with Pakistan? I don't know, dude. They're killing each other over there. I can't intensely study every single conflict. It's Pakistan versus the Taliban. Well, Pakistan has an alliance with China, and the Taliban is still really an extension of American power in Afghanistan. So, if I had to guess, I would say America is using the Taliban against the Pakistanis because the Pakistanis are a major ally for the Chinese. And plus, Pakistan borders with China. So, maybe the Americans are using the Taliban against Pakistan because Pakistan is a major proxy of the Chinese. You've been very nihilistic. How do we cure nihilism? I wish I had the answer, sir. Maybe at the end of this stream, when my brain is a little bit more relaxed and I will have really just immersed myself more into the stream, I'll be able to give you a better answer. But let's just wait. Greetings from Germany. Let's see here. I don't know what you mean, Mr. German. Good and talk, by the way. For not everyone is the same. For not everyone is the same, just in a national brainwashing sense. I don't really know what you're talking about, Mr. German. So, can you please elaborate? Magnimus, whatever. Magnimus Q. Hello, Govna. Hello, sir. Hello, Gray. Okay, Grace Gray. Gotcha. Why would Trump attack Iran before the midterm? That's a good question. Maybe he's not going to attack. Maybe this whole thing is just a big ruse. I hope it's just a big ruse and there is no violence. I hope that a negotiation can be brokered. I hope that there is no war. I hope you are absolutely right and this is just a big-ass ruse to make Trump look stronger and make the Republican Party look stronger for the elections. Now, thank you for bringing up the midterms with me, Mr. Burns, because you've just reminded me that I need to also give you guys my thoughts on what would happen in the situation for Israel if there is no limited strike and America doesn't strike Iran. If America does not strike Iran, it's still a lose for the Israelis because the Israelis want the Americans to strike Iran. Netanyahu recently paid a visit to Donald Trump. Every 2 weeks, this guy is visiting Donald Trump. His wife steals towels. His wife goes to hotels and steals towels. I don't know if you guys know this, but go look up Sarah Netanyahu. She is actually addicted to stealing knickknacks. She steals hotel towels. I think she steals soap. She's a psychotic woman. She's mentally ill. That's Netanyahu's wife. I heard that Netanyahu also will run into the bathroom and lock the door to hide from his wife. I've actually heard this. You can look it up if you don't believe me. I'm not making this up. But she's a maniac, right? She's mentally ill. So every couple of weeks, Netanyahu is at Mar-a-Lago. He's visiting Donald Trump. His wife is stealing the hotel towels. And so Netanyahu begged Trump to hit Iran. The Israelis want the Americans to hit Iran. If Donald Trump does not hit the Iranians, and decides to broker a deal with the Iranians, and you have the Obama deal 2.0, or really just a repeat of the Obama deal, that would still be a loss for Israel because it would further show that Israel has lost influence. So America withdrawing troops out of Syria shows that Israel has lost influence because Israel has been pushing the Americans not to withdraw troops. And the fact that America has just withdrawn a substantial number of troops shows that Israel's lobbying has not worked. And it shows that Israel doesn't have the influence that it wants to have. And Israel begged the Americans not to allow the Turks to further expand into Syria. America threw the Kurds under the bus. You had Tom Barak, the American ambassador to Turkey, saying, well, the purpose of the Kurds has expired. And yes, he used the term expired. And the Israelis sat back and watched as the Turks further advanced into Syria. That showed a further decline of Israeli influence over the American government. And the Israelis thought to themselves, oh my God, the Americans just threw the Kurds, an ally, under the bus. Perhaps we're next. And so if the Americans do not strike the Iranians and they broker some kind of a deal, that would show that the Israelis don't have the same level of influence that they wish they had. So no matter how you look at it, doesn't matter if it's controlled strikes, doesn't matter if it's a conventional war, doesn't matter if it's regime change, and it doesn't matter if nothing happens at all. Israel still loses. It still loses. State of the Union. I never watched it. I've actually never really watched a single State of the Union address. Never watched one done by Obama. Never watched one done by Biden. And I sure as hell don't really plan on watching any State of the Union done by Donald Trump. Now, if Donald Trump says something that's very significant, then I will see that in the headline news. But until then, I don't really care about State of the Union addresses. CIA is messing up the stream. Nah, it's just shitty-ass Apple computers, really. Apple really doesn't make computers like they used to. I remember when I first started buying Apple computers, they were really good. And the last Apple desktop computer that I had was a 2015 model that worked really well, had a very good engine. And this model, which was made in, I want to say 2021, just really isn't that great. It slows down. The CPU doesn't have the same level of capacity, or its CPU capacity is nowhere near as big as it used to be. It's just not as efficient of a system. So Apple doesn't really make them as good as they used to. And that's because Apple is in a position where people are going to buy Apples no matter what, and Apple doesn't care. Apple is the McDonald's of computers because people are going to be buying Apples no matter what. And so they have made, sadly, lesser quality computers. Sadly. Sad to say. But you know how the corporate world works. They just look at something that's great and they say, how do we make this thing shitty? They've done this with movies. They've done this with video games. And they do this with food. They do this with architecture. And now they're doing it to computers. Towels? Yeah, she steals towels. You can look it up. Psychopaths? Yeah. In case of a conflict between Turkey and China, on whose side would Pakistan be? Probably Pakistan, if I had to guess. Because Turkey would be Turkey's a massive member of NATO. So and plus Pakistan is a neighbor. So it's usually better to side with your border neighbors than it is with a country that shares no border with you at all. Psychopaths? Yep. Absolutely. Let's see here. Wait till AI created movies start becoming a thing. Yeah, that's going to be a huge thing. And I think that AI movies are going to go a long ways. I think people are going to be watching them because I've seen some of the little AI films that people have been making. For example, I saw a number of these actually. AI created Resident Evil fan movies or Resident Evil fan film trailers, and they look really good. I mean, they look way better than any of the Resident Evil films that have been made. I've seen people make AI created little Elden Ring movies. They look great. I've seen people make AI generated fan what's it called? Not Demon Souls. What's the other one? It's damn it, what's it called? It's not Demon Souls. What's the other one? It's Elden Ring. It's part of which world? Which video game world is Elden Ring in? Dark Souls. Yeah, I've seen people do Dark Souls type AI generated fan movies. I've seen them do it with Elden Ring, Resident Evil. I saw one guy make a AI generated Battle of Troy film trailer, and it looked better, way better than the movie Troy. I would totally watch it. It looked way better than the movie Troy. It looked way better than whatever film that Christopher Nolan guy is making. And so, yeah, AI generated films are going to be a thing, and people are going to watch them, and people are going to enjoy them. And what that is going to do is it's going to put real Hollywood motion picture production under enormous pressure. Under enormous pressure to do what, you may ask? Under enormous pressure to actually make real movies. Good movies that people will enjoy watching, because the film industry is hurting because they keep making shitty movies. I mean, the last great era of film was the 1990s and early 2000s. We had Braveheart. We had Saving Private Ryan. We had Forrest Gump. We had Castaway. We had The Passion of the Christ. We had Gladiator. We had Apocalypto. I mean, we had some real masterpieces in the late 90s and early 2000s. And all that really has disappeared. They keep making shitty movies. They keep making woke movies that people hate. And so AI films are going to blow up. People are going to be making them. People are going to watch them. And then people are going to say, well, why, if Hollywood would actually make great motion pictures, we would watch them. And someone in Hollywood is going to say, let's go back to the 90s. And he's going to make a masterpiece, and it's going to be a big box office hit. And people are going to say, wow, movies are back. And maybe AI generated movies will be a blessing in disguise so that we can get good movies again. And we can go back to the 90s and go back to the early 2000s. Maybe. I could be wrong. Maybe that's true. Let's see. Mel Gibson. Yes. Bring back Mel Gibson. Bring back Mel Gibson, guys. Bloodborne. Yeah, I never played Bloodborne. I never played Dark Souls. I did play Elden Ring. I think Elden Ring was a decent video game. I think it was a beautiful video game. Aesthetically speaking, Elden Ring was a beautiful video game. The music is amazing. I listen to the music of Elden Ring on a weekly basis. I'm not even exaggerating. I read to Elden Ring music. I stream to Elden Ring music. I love listening to Elden Ring music. I think the story is very fascinating. I just think that Elden Ring as a game is kind of repetitive, but I understand why people like it, and I respect that. I respect it. I respect why people liked Elden Ring so much, and I understand why Elden Ring was very successful. The reason why Elden Ring was so successful is because it was just a simple game. It was everything that gamers want. It was an adventure. It had a big world. It had a lot of swords, and when you played Elden Ring, there was a lot of unexpected things. There was a lot of unpredictable things like dragons popping out of nowhere and flying down to kill you, and there was big ogre-looking creatures. It was like the Lord of the Rings. It was like you were in the Shire. It was like you were in the world of Lord of the Rings. And so it was a simple, straightforward, yet very long video game that had a lot of stuff to do. And so that's why people liked it. Same thing goes for Resident Evil 4. Listen, I don't want to deviate into video game talk. Maybe when the stream is in the last part, I'll talk about video games, but I don't want to deviate too far off here. Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum. Let's see here. Yeah, Sarah Netanyahu is clearly a psychopath. Yep. She looks crazy. So it seems my message got lost. In short, light to the darkness and all evil will disappear. It will happen. Okay, I appreciate that, Mr. Kempter. Good to talk to you. Let's see here. Are the Kurds the same as the Israelis to the U.S.? No, not exactly, but the Kurds have been a major ally to the United States, and America is famous for throwing allies under the bus. And so if they could do it to the Kurds, if they could do it to the Egyptians, they could do it to the Israelis. And remember, the United States screwed over the Shah. The United States, they never talk about this, but the United States screwed over the Shah of Iran. And the Shah of Iran was an ally of the United States. But because the Shah was getting a little bit too close to the Soviets, the Americans decided to dispose of him, and they backed the Ayatollah Khomeini against the Shah. And they overthrew the Shah, they enabled the Khomeini to get in power, and then they began to do arms deals with the Khomeini, and now they're complaining about the Khomeini, and now the Khomeini is an enemy. So America can switch, and sometimes that takes longer than in other scenarios, but America switches. This is very, very common in American history for America to switch. America had deals and treaties with the Japanese, and then America went to war with the Japanese. America occupied the Germans and prevented them from having a major military, and then America financed German military industry and enabled Germany to revive itself, and then you had the Third Reich. And America liked the Third Reich because America thought, well, we could use the Third Reich against the Soviets, and then the Third Reich went too far, and then we had to destroy this Frankenstein that we helped to create. So America is very famous for this. America has enabled and created, really, America invented Israel. America created the state of Israel. Israel is an American evangelical invention. And so America created Israel, and therefore America can turn against Israel and can enable the destruction of what it created, is what I'm saying. Would Israel really use a nuke? It's possible, but I think it's unlikely. Because if Israel decides to launch a nuke, like I've said before, Israel could nuke Iran. But Iran getting one nuke will devastate Iran, but it won't exterminate Iran. Israel gets one nuke and it's done. That's it. It's done. That is it. And remember, Israel's Iron Dome is not efficient in fully protecting the Israelis. And Iran has a very sophisticated ballistic/hypersonic missile program and can create virtually endless amounts of these missiles, and Israel's Iron Dome is not able to intercept all of these missiles. And even if the Iron Dome was able to intercept all of these missiles, eventually the Iron Dome will need to be replenished. It'll be out of missiles. And in that case, Israel would be a literal fish in a barrel. It'll be a fish in a barrel. It'll be like caging an animal and then shooting it. Israel will be that caged animal, and Israel will be a sitting duck. And all it would take is just one nuke, and Israel's done. So could Israel nuke another country? Yes. Does it have that capability? Yes. But if it did, it would be destroyed. And if Iran begins to fire hypersonic missiles towards Israel, and those hypersonic missiles are armed with nuclear weapons, or at least one of them is armed with a nuke, Israel will not have the ability nor the time to stop it. Israel needs a certain amount of time to get all of its pilots into the planes to respond, and it wouldn't have that time. Israel would be destroyed. So I don't think Israel wants to take that risk. Let's see here. Let's see here. He called Somali pirates out on their plundering of the Minnesota and U.S. welfare system. Yeah, I heard about that. He just praises himself. Yeah, pretty much. It's boring. It's pretty boring. Nice haircut. Thank you. Appreciate it. Faster than a cannonball. Oasis. There you go. Your hair looks nice. Appreciate that. Is this AI? Yep, I am AI. I hate AI. Yeah, I hate it too. Although some of the AI generated films do look good, and I wish they consisted of real actors, but they don't, sadly. Let's see here. Let's see here. Hollywood and big corp music industries are over forever. AI will generate better versions of every movie you've ever liked, and even generate new ones that are even better. And the sad thing is that Hollywood has the ability to make good movies, but it just doesn't want to do it. I don't know why. I just don't know why. I don't know why. Doesn't make any sense to me. Bloodborne. Yep. I never played it, but I heard that Bloodborne is more difficult than Elden Ring. So I thought about playing Bloodborne, and then I heard that it's actually more difficult than Elden Ring, and I thought, nah, not interested. Ted, have you thought about writing a script for a movie that you can tell an AI in the future to make? No, I have not. The Chinese AI bot performance. I think I've seen that. You disable AI, I can't blame you. AI slop. Oh my god, dude. One thing if I see this, I turn the video off. No joke. If I see any AI slop in a video, I turn it off. And you guys know what I'm talking about. You guys know when a video is using AI slop. Now, there's some AI videos that are okay. For example, they show you a map, they show you a missile moving. I get that, right? It's just giving you a visual of what it's talking about here. But when I see someone talking about something from the Bible and they show you some AI version of Jesus, I'm out. I ain't watching that garbage. That's garbage. It looks like shit. It makes the video of less quality. It's just garbage. I would rather see some guy with a headset talking in front of a camera than AI slop. Maybe I'm just old school like that, but I just don't like it. It's not my taste. AI will be the fall of man. Yeah, it's going to contribute to it, definitely. Will the era of Hollywood celebs be over? No, I don't think so. I think you're always going to have celebrities. That's just part of human nature. I just think that Hollywood motion picture industries are going to be under immense pressure because of AI to make movies with real actors, to make real motion picture films with real actors that people actually want to watch. That's what I think is going to happen. Because people, you see, what makes a great movie is not just the visuals, it's not just the story. What makes a great movie, or one of the things that really make for a great film, is authenticity. When you watch the film, the acting is real, the emotions are real, your brain forgets that it's watching a movie. And when you forget that you're watching a movie, that's a good movie. The mark of any good film is that when you're watching it, you forget that you're watching a movie and you immerse yourself into the story. And so a film that immerses you, a film that has real actors that immerse you into the story, is always going to be better than an AI movie. But the only reason why people are going to be watching AI films is because the film industry has lacked tremendously in quality movies. So what AI is going to do, this is my prediction. What AI is going to do is it's going to put the film industry under intense and immense pressure to go back to making real movies. In other words, bring back Mel Gibson. That's who we need. Saint Mel Gibson, guys. All they do is make remakes. I don't mind remakes if the remakes are good. I really enjoyed the Resident Evil 4 remake. I thought it was really good. I think in some ways it's better than the original RE4. In some ways the original RE4 is better, but I really enjoyed the RE4 remake. I really enjoyed the the Dead Space remake. I really liked it. So I don't really mind remakes. I really enjoyed the RE2 and RE3 remakes. I know RE2 remake is better than RE3 remake, but RE3 remake isn't really that bad. I mean, it was fun. I enjoyed it. Let's see here. Authenticity and a great story. One that stirs your emotions. Absolutely. Scottish flags. There you go. That's how Daniel Day-Lewis acts. Yeah, Daniel Day-Lewis is a very good actor. He's a very good actor. Denzel Washington's a very good actor. Tom Hanks is a very good actor. There's a lot of great actors out there. The problem is that they're not making films with great acting, and they're not making films with great stories. And so because they're not making really good movies, what they are making are films that when you watch them constantly remind you that you're watching a movie. For example, when I was watching Gladiator 2, which is an absolute abomination, I was continuously being reminded that I was watching a movie. I was constantly being reminded that I was watching a movie. When I watched Gladiator in the theater, I didn't think I was watching a film. I was just immersed in the story, the color, the texture of the film, the soldiers in Germania, the way the armor looks, the realism of the armor. The armor looks like it's been through war. And if you look at Gladiator 2, the armor looks like it just got out of the costume factory. So Gladiator 2 was an absolute abomination because it reminded you that you were watching a film. You know, that's the thing. So they have to make films that are immersive. The only way that you can do that is by getting good actors, having convincing acting, real emotions being shown, and making great stories. Simple, straightforward, but very, very beautifully done and written stories. If they can do that, people are going to watch them. Authenticity will become premium. Yep, and people will see, okay, it's an AI film. Can we get some real actors, please? Because one of the reasons why you went to the movie theater was because you wanted to see a certain actor. You wanted to see Bruce Willis. You wanted to see Denzel. You wanted to see Tom Hanks. You went to Castaway. You went to the theater to watch Castaway. You wanted to see Tom Hanks. You know, you went to go see Braveheart. You wanted to see Mel Gibson. You went to go see The Siege. You wanted to see Denzel Washington. You went to the theater to go watch The Book of Eli. You wanted to see Denzel Washington. You wanted to see Denzel Washington because you knew that they were going to give you a good show. And you knew that their acting was going to immerse you into the story. Not just the acting, it's just the props and the way that the directors make the environments look. All that is what creates immersion. And so if the immersion is not there, then what you have is fakeness. And if you have fakeness, then the audience is just being reminded that it's watching a movie. But if you can make something look as real as possible, if you can make actors and if you can make the characters be as real as possible, and the environments be as real as possible, then the brain forgets that it's watching a movie. And the brain thinks that it's seeing something real, and then it becomes an experience. Now, you can do that with AI, but if I know that I'm watching AI and I'm not watching real characters, then it really loses its edge. And then it becomes sloppy and lazy, and who wants to see that? Skybrows, I don't know what that is. America needs Hollywood. It's why the world loves America. The bubble will burst. Yep, the AI bubble will burst. I agree. The Chinese have nearly wiped themselves off with their own one-child policy. Do you know what the child-free month or similar things the Chinese probably? Yeah, I've heard of this before, and so yeah, I think that it has been very devastating to the Chinese, and it's terrible. It really is. The one-child policy has been devastating to the Chinese, and it's sad to say this, but they deserve it. They do. They deserve it, because to force people to only have one child per family is an abomination, and it's evil. And so China right now, you're right. China is being cursed. It's a curse. They have incurred a curse upon themselves because of their evil policy. And they're going to pay for this. Now you have in China, I've heard that you have, for every one woman in China, you got 6 lonely, angry, and frustrated men. And this is going to have really devastating effects, but it will make it easier for the Chinese to recruit men into the military to fight the Japanese when you have the outbreak of the Second Sino-Japanese War. They just bought Warner Brothers. Yeah, I heard about that. It is now starting to seed its model off the slop. It's a problem they cannot solve yet. Yep. Agree with the AI slop thing. Yep, there you go. The American military has had a 50% increase in Type A mishaps. AI is fine. Problem is what it always was. People who use it. Yep, I agree. What is enriched uranium cold? I don't know. Something bad, something the Israelis don't like. Israelis praying for war. Yep. Do you think America is really capable of much anymore? Because I see a global decline in industrial capacity. Well, I believe that if America enters a conventional war with any country, with any powerful country, or with Iran for that matter, it will be devastating for the United States. Absolutely, it'll be devastating for the United States, because America will deplete its munitions. It'll deplete its supplies. And America would be economically devastated. It'll be munitions-wise devastated. And it'll be morale-wise even more devastated, because you're going to have a lot of dead Americans if the Americans decide to go into a full-scale war with the Iranians. So, do I believe the Americans are going to go into a full-scale war with the Iranians? The answer is no. I don't think it's going to happen, because, as someone in the comments has already said, you have the midterms coming up. And why are the Republicans going to ruin their image by doing a very unpopular thing? Only 3 out of 10 Americans want to see a war with Iran. 3 out of 10. Who are the 3 out of 10 Americans? Find those Americans and put them in prison. That's my opinion. You want to know my opinion? If I was a dictator, if I was a Middle Eastern dictator over the United States, I would do what's it called? I would do a little poll, and I would say, okay, who supports war with Iran? 3 out of every 10 Americans, sir. Go find them. Go look up their addresses and arrest them and put them in prison. We don't need that riffraff in American society anymore. We don't need them. Who are these people? They're a bunch of fat, lazy Chick-fil-Aers. That's who they are. You want to know? You want to see the type of American who supports a war with Iran? Go to the Chick-fil-A and find them. That's where they're at. They're eating at Chick-fil-A. They believe in Chick-fil-A Christianity. You guys know what Chick-fil-A Christianity is, right? Chick-fil-A Christianity is a term that I coined years ago, and that is, well, I'm a Christian, y'all, but I believe a whole bunch of bullshit. That's what that means. Oh, I'll love America no matter what. And, oh, we have some Christian gays at our church. We gotta embrace them. We got to embrace Sodom and Gomorrah, because that's what my pastor says. That is Chick-fil-A Christianity. Now, another term for this is Starbucks Christianity. This is but Starbucks, Starbucks Christianity is slightly different from Chick-fil-A Christianity. They both overlap and they both lead to the same thing, but they are different. They are different variants of American Christianity. Starbucks Christianity is, you got a bunch of white American Christians, and they go to their Bible studies every Wednesday, and they go, we're gonna go to the Bible study, and then afterwards we're gonna go eat some sushi. We're gonna have sushi in Starbucks, and we're gonna read our Bible while we drink Starbucks, y'all. That's Starbucks Christianity. Chick-fil-A Christianity is a little bit different. Chick-fil-A Christianity is more of, We got country and Western music mixed with Christianity. Pastor likes to play country music on a Sunday service, during the Sunday service. And then we go gun shooting, but we also have Chick-fil-A. But at the same time, we also want to see war with Iran. We tell people to love everyone unless they are Iranian. We don't love those people. We need to go to war with them and blow them up and start wars that we're not going to go into ourselves, but we need to start wars. And we will play the Toby Keith, we will shove a boot up your ass music to celebrate whatever war America does. We don't give a damn if it's Iraq. We don't give a damn if it's Iran. Just change the letter. Change the N into a Q. You have Iraq, change the Q into an N. You have Iran. What the hell's the difference? Drop bombs on them. Who gives a damn? But if you are a member of Sodom and Gomorrah, we will embrace you no matter what. And if any Christians come along and condemn Sodom and Gomorrah, we will condemn those Christians as evil, hate-filled people who are not like Jesus. They're not Christ-like at all. And so we go to church, we have the Chick-fil-A, but we also support war and blowing other countries up because, you know, they're just dirty Muslims. And we worship the state of Israel. And we don't give a damn how many Palestinians are killed. We love seeing Middle Eastern people being killed. Doesn't matter if they're Palestinian or if they're Iranian or if they're Iraqian. We don't give a damn. That is the Chick-fil-A Christianity in the quickest way that I can sum it up. That's Chick-fil-A Christianity. If I was a dictator, if I was the state, I'd have those people arrested because we don't need riffraff like that in America. They're a bunch of evil people, Lindsey Graham bastards. You got Mark Cocaine Rubio, who clearly takes cocaine. I don't give a damn what anyone tells me. That guy takes cocaine. Have you guys seen his speech at the Munich Security Conference? He's like, the whole time, what's going on, Marco? What's going on, little Marco? He's like, and then he gives this speech, which people were praising. I don't know why, because it was a speech that was praising war. That's what it was. It was a speech that was praising militarism, war. And there is Mark Cocaine Rubio at the Munich Security Conference, and he is lisping constantly during the speech. Why is he lisping? Why is he saying things like, I just did it myself. Why is he saying things like, well, America will no longer be the manager of Europe's controlled decline. No, what we need is strong allies in Europe. Strong allies is very important for Europe. Like, he was lisping constantly. He had this lisp all the time, and he was constantly feeling his lower lip with his tongue. Why? Because the guy can't feel his lips. When you take cocaine, I don't know. I've never taken cocaine, but I've heard this. When you take cocaine, it numbs your lips, and it numbs your gums. I've heard. So he's thinking, are my gums even there? Mark Cocaine Rubio, guys. So who is telling us to go to war? It's a bunch of Zio lunatics who worship Israel, Chick-fil-Aers who embrace Sodom and Gomorrah. You have some sodomite named Lindsey Graham and some guy who takes cocaine named Marco. And you have Netanyahu, who was married to a mentally ill woman who steals towels any chance she gets when she's at a hotel. And Netanyahu, go look this up. I didn't make this up. Go look it up. Netanyahu runs away from his wife. Go look it up. I didn't say this. A former bodyguard for Netanyahu said this. He said Netanyahu runs away from his wife. Why do you think he's always making trips to Trump? Oh, you think it's just because of Iran? No, it's not because of Iran. It's because he ran from his wife. You see, he wants you to focus on Iran while he ran from his wife. What he's saying is, sorry, Trump, I ran from my wife today, so can you please go bomb Iran? He needs to stop focusing on Iran and start focusing on the fact that he is Iraning from his wife. That's who's telling us to go bomb Iran. Some guy who runs away from his wife some guy who takes cocaine, and some guy like Lindsey Graham who embraces Sodom. Some evil evangelical named Lindsey Graham. That's who's telling us to go bomb Iran. And the Americans who want us to bomb Iran are a bunch of mentally ill evangelicals who worship Israel and stuff their fat faces with Chick-fil-A. That's who's telling us to go bomb Iran. They're not intelligent people. These are not intelligent people. Do you know how, listen, I'm about to rip out a page from the far right. All right, hear me out. I know I've been very critical of the far right. I've debated people from the far right. I have. I'm about to rip a page out from the far right textbook. I'm just going to say it because it's the truth. I don't care who says it. It's the damn truth. If you take people from a particular culture and you put them in your country, they will bring their culture with them. I see people in England complaining about Pakistanis, and they're saying, why can't the Pakistanis assimilate? The reason why they can't assimilate is because they have a Pakistani culture. And it's very difficult to convince people or to get people to sever themselves from their culture. That's just how people are. My father came from the Middle East. Are there certain aspects about me that are Middle Eastern? Clearly, I love using coupons. I do. I love using them. I like coupons. That's the Middle Eastern side of me. All right? I can't stop it. Sorry. So if you take people from a country, they're going to bring the country with them. That's just a fact. If you get a bunch of Italian people and put them in a neighborhood, you have Little Italy. You do. They bring the culture with them. So what happens, and I've never heard anyone say this ever. So they say, well, if you bring a bunch of Ugandans in, they're going to bring Uganda with them. True. If you bring a bunch of Afghans to America, they're going to bring Afghanistan. True. Absolutely. It's undeniable. Look at Dearborn. It's Little Palestine or Little Lebanon. It's true. Why do you think if you go to Namibia, go to Namibia. What's Namibia? It's a country in Africa. No one ever heard of it because no one talks about Namibia. But they are actual German enclaves in Namibia. And how do those enclaves look like? Like Germany. It's like you just walked into Germany. They're little Germanys. So you'll go to Namibia, and it's like, okay, this place is a third world country. It doesn't look very nice. And then you go to the German enclaves, and you think, well, this place looks pretty nice. Yeah, because they brought Germany with them. Same thing with Brazil. You go to southern Brazil, it's little Germany, right? Now, I've never heard anyone say this. What happens if you bring Israelis? What happens if you bring Israelis into a country? And I'm not talking about 5 Israelis. I'm talking about hundreds of them. Get hundreds of Israelis, 500 Israelis, park them into a neighborhood. You're going to have little Israel. Is that a bad thing? Not necessarily, right? You could have falafel stands. Those are nice. You could have shawarma stands. Those are nice. Wouldn't necessarily be bad. I'm not saying it will necessarily be bad, but you will have little Israel. What I am trying to say to you guys is that there is a culture. There are cultures in every country, and those cultures have certain characteristics, some bad, some good. That's just a fact. There are certain, and some of you may be mad at me for saying this, but there are certain positive aspects about bringing Africans into your country. There are. Africans will not embrace the LGBTQ. They won't. That's one good thing about African immigration. You talk to some African guy, he will say, you are a conduit for homosexuality. This is an abomination. All right? You need people like that. You need some Africans in America to combat the Sodom issue because the white folks, they have not combated Sodom enough, in my opinion. So you need some of that African spirit. But why is it that way? Because the Africans bring their culture with them. Like I said, some of it is good, some of it is bad. If you bring 500 Israelis and park them into a neighborhood, you're going to have little Israel. And so, what is one of the characteristics of Israeli society? One of the characteristics of Israeli society is unbridled arrogance. I'm not making this up. Israelis themselves will tell you this. Israelis themselves will tell you that in Israeli society, you are seen as a fool for being polite. So, for example, if you go to Israel and you bump into someone, or let's say you're walking and you walk past someone and you're very close to bumping into them. In America, it is very common to say, excuse me. People do this all the time in America. Every time I go to the grocery store, at least one person tells me, excuse me, or there is at least one occasion in which I am telling someone, excuse me. I've walked right past someone, or someone is looking at a set of particular products on the shelf, and I want to get something from that shelf, so I go in front of him to grab that item. I say, excuse me, grabbing an item. Sorry to block your view for a second here. Why do we do this? Because it's polite. And polite societies tend to be safer societies. They tend to be, well, more pleasant societies to live in. In Israel, it is seen as a positive attribute to be rude and arrogant. Now, I've heard people say the French are rude. Yeah, they are rude, especially when you go to Paris. But I don't think the French are anywhere near as bad as the Israelis. Years ago, I read an article on rudeness in Israel, and the article very specifically said that the Israelis make the French look nice. Now, this was an Israeli who wrote this, and I believe that Israeli. My father lived in the West Bank. He was born and raised in the West Bank, and sometimes they would go to Israel. Sometimes they would go to Israel proper, as it's called. And my father told me, he said, when you would go to Israel, there were certain things that you would see that were quite bothersome. Because Palestinians also have politeness. There is a culture of politeness amongst Palestinians. And my father told me that sometimes you would go to the Israeli areas, and he says the Israelis were always yelling at each other. They were always arguing with each other. It was very common to see people screaming and yelling and bickering in Hebrew. Now, there is another aspect about Israeli society that my father heard about that is even more disturbing. And that is Israeli pedophiles. My father told me a story years ago that when he was a child, his mother needed to go to Israel for whatever reason. And so his mother, my grandmother, took my father when he was a toddler, when he was a child, to Israel. So my father was walking with his mom, my grandma, in Israel, and they passed by a public bathroom. And around the entrance of the public bathroom were a group of old, fat Israeli guys. And my grandmother, my dad's mom, told my father, don't go near those men and don't go into that bathroom, whatever you do. And she told my father, they're child molesters. They're pedophiles. And that's why they're hovering around the bathroom. My father told me this story years ago. And years later, I heard that Israel is actually a refuge for pedophiles, Jewish pedophiles from America who are escaping the law. So there's some very negative and dark things about Israeli culture. Like I said, if you bring hundreds or thousands of Israelis into America, they're going to bring Israel with them. And they're going to bring the negative attributes of Israeli culture. And so the negative attributes of Israeli culture is what is leading Israel to its own demise. What are these negative aspects? Negative aspects? Brashness, hubris, unbridled arrogance, narcissism. And then you have the evil spirit of Sodom that possesses that country. But if you read the Bible, and if you go to the book of Genesis, Genesis chapter 19, and you read the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, the story of Sodom and Gomorrah describes to you the spirit of Sodom and Gomorrah, the culture, if you will, of Sodom and Gomorrah. And what do you read in Genesis chapter 19? Lot is in Sodom with his wife and his two daughters. And Lot hates what he's seeing in Sodom. He hates what he hears in Sodom. He hates the culture of Sodom. And two angels appear to Lot. Now, these two angels are there to not only destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, but they are there to rescue Lot and his family. And so they go to Lot and his family and they say, listen, we're here to rescue you. It's basically like if you were living in a war zone in a foreign country and two agents from the American embassy come over and say, hey, we're here to rescue you, get in the plane. Only in this case, these guys were ambassadors of heaven. And they said, Lot, you are not a citizen of Sodom, you are a citizen of heaven, come with us. You're coming with us. We're here to rescue you. And so Lot says, okay, let's go. What happens? The Bible says that all of the men of Sodom and Gomorrah and all of the men of the cities surrounding Sodom. So this was one big giant degeneracy club, if you will. One big giant bathhouse. All the men of this ancient Epstein Island popped up in front of Lot's house. And they said, Lot, we saw that two guys went into your house. You know the rules around here, Lot. Give over the men so that we may sodomize them. Now, if you read the King James Version, it says that we may know them, but that's really what they were saying. They said, we want to sodomize the men. Lot says, no, don't do such an evil thing. And what do the mobs proclaim? The mobs proclaim, Lot, you have made yourself a judge over us. And now we will do with you worse than what we will do to those two men. Now, I've heard no one really give any sort of serious commentary on that line in the Bible. You have made yourself a judge over us. In other words, no man can judge us. Not even God can judge us. That's what they were saying. So what was the spirit of Sodom? Utter diabolical degeneracy and unbridled hubris, narcissism. No one can judge us. No one. And if you dare even attempt to judge us, we will punish you. That's Israel. Israel is Sodom. It has extreme diabolical degeneracy, being a refuge for pedophiles, being a refuge for the worst scum of humanity. I don't even want to call them human. They're not even members of humanity. Being a refuge for demons in the flesh, pedophiles. I, for the life of me, I cannot call pedophiles humans. I can't. I just can't do it. Oh, they're human beings. No, they're not, damn it. They're not human beings. They are demons in the flesh. They're not human beings. They're not. Israel serves as a refuge for those demons in the flesh. It serves as a refuge for PDF files. It serves as a refuge for Sodom. It is the most pro-Sodom country in the world. It has the biggest Sodom parades in the world. Go look at the big Sodom parade that they have in Tel Aviv every year, except for last year, by the way. They didn't have their big Sodom parade last year. You know why? Because Iran was there. That's why. Iran went into Israel in June. Pride Month. Coincidence? And so Israel says no one can judge us. That Italian woman who works for the United Nations, she judges Israel. She says Israel is doing war crimes. Israel is doing genocide. Israel is doing... What's her name? The U.S. She's an Italian woman. What's her name? Italian woman. What's her name? What's her name? Francesca Albanese. She judges Israel all the time. She says, no, Israel is evil. Israel goes after this woman, tries to character assassinate her. Why? Why are they going after her? Because no one can judge them. They say we are above judgment. No one can judge us. Israeli soldiers sodomize a Palestinian man, and the world says that's evil. Israel says you can't judge us. You're not going to judge us. Palestinians say stop the evil. The Israelis arrest Palestinian men and sodomize them. That's Sodom. That's the spirit of Sodom. So the spirit of Sodom is diabolical degeneracy and unbridled hubris, better known as narcissism. That's Israel. And so what was the fate of Sodom? You want to know the fate of Israel? All these evangelicucks are worshiping Israel, saying, oh, God will always be with Israel. He'll always be with Israel no matter what. Even if Israel has abortion, yes. Even if Israel has this embracing of PDF files, yes. Even if Israel has the biggest Sodom parades in the world, yes. God will never abandon Israel. He will never abandon Israel. But then you go to St. John himself. St. John, a man who the Romans literally dipped in boiling oil because he refused to worship the emperor as God. St. John says Jerusalem is Sodom. So if St. John says Jerusalem is Sodom, then it's Sodom. What's good for John is good for me. And what was the fate of Sodom? You want to know the fate of Israel? Go read Genesis chapter 19. That's the fate of Israel. Right there. It's not that complicated, guys. It really isn't that complicated. It's not. Let me see here. Hold on. So going back to what I was telling you about culture. Israel's culture will be to its own demise. Its brashness, its hubris, its arrogance, its diabolical degeneracy, its embracing of Sodom. All these things will be to Israel's demise. And Israel is very arrogant. They think no one's going to harm us. We're always going to win. No one can beat us. That arrogance has led Israel to making some very, very detrimental decisions, such as toppling Bashar al-Assad, because toppling Bashar al-Assad has led to the ascendancy of Turkish power, and that ascendancy of Turkish power will, to a great degree, be to the end of Israel. Let's see here. The tribe of Benjamin did the same. That's correct. That's right. That's in Judges chapter 19. It's disgusting, absolutely. Life is simple. People insist on complicating it. Lao Tzu. There you go. Natural law is undefeated. Iran is going to smoke them. Let's see here. Mr. Kemper has a very bizarre story. Let's see here. Hold on. 1 second, guys. They will kvetch and proclaim the spirit of Baal? Absolutely. Chutzpah cometh before the fall. There you go. They shut her down financially. Yup. She needs a Nobel Peace Prize. Agree. There's a nuclear bomb on Sodom. Yep. Jesus dropped a nuke on Sodom. Absolutely. Do what thou will. That's Crowleyanism. Same thing. Evil people do not like to be told that they're evil. Absolutely. IDF literally dances as they're killing. Yep, they do. They hate Jesus. They do. All true, Theo. Appreciate that. They all act high on power. They do. Apparently Tel Aviv is quite the Merovingian nightclub. It is. It is. That's a good analogy for it. Tel Aviv is the Sodom capital of the world. It is absolutely true. Even from back then, yup. All the French I know are the nicest people. I think the French get something of a bad rep. I think the Parisians tend to be snobby. Outside of Paris, they tend to be okay, is what I've heard. Parisians, yep. Excuse me. It's called chutzpah. They have another term for it, I think. Yeah, but yeah, chutzpah, yep. You get Lakewood and the whole New Jersey situation if you bring Israel into America. Well, the Argentinians aren't too happy. Those are certain Germans in Brazil. Yeah, we all know who they are. We all know who their grandparents and great-grandparents were. Are you Armenian? No, I'm not. No. I do care about Armenia, though. It does definitely concern me. Let's see here. Those who value artificial intelligence are superficially intelligent. I don't know. I'm not going to generalize people. Lots of Americans love coupons. Old school ones do, but I think the younger ones don't really use coupons, but the older ones do. That's correct. Nothing wrong with coupons? Nope. You sound more American than far right. Yeah. Marco Kane Rubio thinks his family was on the Mayflower. Yeah, I know, right? It's hilarious, that speech. I was laughing. Watching your videos, I said homie needs a haircut. Yep. Now here we are. Good job. I guess the vibes came to me, man. Mao is far right. There you go. Far right communism. Reform got beat. Reform UK? Is that what you're talking about? How did they do? What's the election results? I'm not saying anything about Reform's election results. Green win shows progressive voters are now voting against Labor as well as Reform. Hold up. The Greens winning and potentially displacing it as the choice of anti-Reform voters. So what happened to Reform? So Labor got 405 votes, but this is a Gorton and Denton by-election. So these are regional elections. Reform didn't do too good, but this is not a major election. These are regional elections, it seems. I think a lot of people got mad at Nigel Farage, if I'm not mistaken, because he got rid of that Low guy. And so a lot of people got mad at him for that. Francesca Albanese, yep. All true, Theo. Appreciate that. What else? What else we got here? Narco Rubio. I think Narco Rubio, though, gives him too much credit. He's not that intelligent. I would much rather call him Marco Kane Rubio. I think that's hilarious. The European immigrants didn't isolate and refuse to learn English. That's true. They didn't. They But they did bring something of themselves, right? Like the Italians brought something, the Greeks brought something. What else we got? Do you think a Persian revival is ever going to be possible in Iran? Maybe, I don't know. I think there's definitely going to be a revival in Iranian power, and it's already there, but I think it's going to get bigger. Mentally ill woman who steals towels? Look it up. She steals towels, and None hides from his wife. Smacking his lips. Yeah, Marco Kane Ruby, who's always America will no longer be the manager of the West's controlled decline. We need a strong ally, and Europe needs to stop being so ashamed of war. We need more war, guys, war. While you freaking sniff cocaine, go get out of here. Guy is sick. Powder your nose. High as a kite. Yep. Jeb, on the other hand. I could listen to this dude for hours. Well, I'm going to be here for hours, so you're in luck. Everyone in Florida like that? Florida's a crazy-ass state. That's the craziest state in America. He's just Cuban? It's the coffee? Nah, man. Nah. It's I'm going to call him Marco Kane Rubio. I don't care. Have you ever read Muqaddimah? Nope. What is it? The fact is that they rejected Christ. They crucified wisdom, guys. Christ is wisdom manifested in the flesh. Christ is the wisdom of the Father. That's who Christ is. He's the wisdom of the Father. So when the Jews crucified Christ, they crucified wisdom. People say, Ted, Israel is making all of these decisions that are going to lead to its demise. Overthrowing Bashar al-Assad, pushing for the overthrowing of Saddam Hussein. All of these decisions have further led Israel closer to its own demise. So why would Israel make such unwise decisions? It's because they crucified wisdom. They crucified wisdom. What does St. Paul call Christ? He says Christ is the wisdom of the Father. Have you guys ever heard of this verse in the Bible? Have you guys ever heard of the book of Baruch? It's not in the Protestant Bibles, but it's in the Catholic and Eastern Orthodox Bibles. It's actually in the original Bible. You see, all Protestants read from what is known as the Masoretic text. The King James Bible is based on the Masoretic text. The Masoretic text is a manuscript of the Bible that came during the era of Bar Kokhba. Bar Kokhba was a Jewish revolutionary leader who declared himself to be the Messiah, and he led the Jewish people in a war against Rome. And much of the Jewish people in Judea, this is after the time of Christ, after they crucified Christ, they said, we're going to follow this guy named Bar Kokhba. Now he wasn't the Messiah. But Bar Kokhba, that guy's the Messiah. And they all followed Bar Kokhba. And Bar Kokhba led them to destruction because the Romans crushed Bar Kokhba's revolt and crushed Judea. Now, the synagogues today, the rabbis today will say, well, the reason why we reject Christ is because A, B, C, D, and E, and they give you all the reasons why they reject Christ. This is the reason why the Sanhedrin rejected Christ. But if you guys were so smart, if you guys were so knowledgeable of the Bible, if you guys were so much more knowledgeable than the Christians were, then why did you guys follow Bar Kokhba? And why did your rabbis follow Bar Kokhba if they indeed had the correct interpretation of the scriptures? You guys followed a false Messiah, and you guys paid dearly for it. And at that time, the Jews had a manuscript of the Bible called the Masoretic text. And the Masoretic text took out 7 books from the Bible. It took out the Book of Wisdom. It took out the Book of Baruch. It took out the Book of Tobias. It took out a whole bunch of books. And if you go to one of the books that they took out, Baruch, the Book of Baruch, there's a very interesting verse in that book. I'm going to show you guys real quick the verse. I have to show you guys this. Hold on. Real quick. Hold on. It's not Baruch 2. I want to show you guys this real quick. It's Baruch chapter 3. My mistake. I said Baruch 2. It's Baruch 3. I want to read this to you guys. Look at this. So the book of Baruch speaks about wisdom. Why doesn't it have why doesn't it have the screen? Hold on 1 second. There it is. Look at this. Look at what it says here about wisdom. Speaking about wisdom. Because remember, Paul says Christ is the wisdom of God. Where do you think he got that from? Where do you think Paul got that from? Look at what it says here. So it's speaking about wisdom. And it says here, speaking about wisdom. So it says here in the beginning, hear the commandments of life, O Israel. Give ear and learn wisdom. Why is it, O Israel? Why is it that you are in the land of your enemies, that you are growing old in a foreign country, that you are defiled with the dead, that you are counted among those in Hades? You have forsaken the fountain of wisdom. It says, Israel, you have forsaken the fountain of wisdom. And look at what it says in the bottom. Look at what it says here about wisdom. It says, this is our God. It's saying wisdom is God. This is our God. No other can be compared to him. He found the whole way to knowledge and gave her to his servant Jacob and to Israel whom he loved. And afterwards, he appeared on earth and lived with mankind. Now it says she here, but this is actually a mistranslation. Because if you go to the original Vulgate, I hate when they do this with these translations. But if you go to the Vulgate here, I think it says here. Yep, right here. I'll read it here. See, this is our God. It's saying, this wisdom that we're speaking of, this is God. This is our God, and there shall no other be accounted in comparison of him. And there shall no other be accounted of in comparison of him. He found out all the way of knowledge and gave it to Jacob his servant and to Israel his beloved. Afterwards, he was seen upon earth and conversed with men. This is in the Jewish Bible. And this is a Jewish book called Baruch, which is a part of the Septuagint. And the Septuagint was a Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible. Ptolemy in Egypt got the topmost Jewish scholars in the world at that time, brought the Jewish scholars to Egypt, and for 3 years, these scholars created a Greek translation of the Bible. And this Bible was used by Jesus. This Bible was quoted from by Jesus himself. And so if you look at the Septuagint, which was created before the Masoretic text, this is the OG Bible. This is the original Bible, because they actually have found very ancient fragments of the Bible in archaeology, in the archaeological record. And if you look at these archaeological findings, in which you have fragments of the ancient Bible, what they find on these fragments match with the Septuagint, which means that the Septuagint is the original Bible. And it says in the book of Baruch, which is a part of the original Bible, wisdom is our God, and wisdom was seen upon earth and conversed with men. When did God walk with man? In the Garden of Eden. It says, and God walked with man. And after Adam and Eve sinned, it says, and they heard God walking. How do you hear God walking? How do you hear God walking? That was God the Son. That was Christ. That was the wisdom of the Father on earth walking. And it says that when mankind began to build the Tower of Babel, God said, let us go down amongst them. And God walked in the city of Babel. How does God walk in the city of Babel? Wisdom walked in the city of Babel. That was God the Son. And Moses was talking to God, and Moses says to God, God, show me your glory. And God tells Moses, I will show you my back. And Moses sees the back of God. How do you see the back of God? That's God the Son. That's the wisdom of God. Wisdom walks amongst men. And so God came to earth. Christ, the wisdom of the Father, walked amongst men. So people will say, well, how can God, Jews and Muslims will argue this. How can God walk amongst men? It says it in the book of Baruch, which is one of your books. You guys rejected this book because it went against your ideology. And so Paul says, Christ, that's the wisdom of the Father. Where do you think Paul got that from? He read Baruch. Wisdom, our God, who walks amongst men. Now that's fascinating. That is fascinating, and I've never heard really anyone talking about this, but it's very, very interesting stuff. Huckabee reminds me of every member of my church back in the day. Yeah, he's part of that Chick-fil-A world. Let's see here. So Huckabee's congregation, absolutely. So true, absolutely. They had a Starbucks inside the church? Damn. Some real, literal Starbucks Christianity. Books-A-Million. There's 70-plus-year-olds who watch cable news. That's right. They're very disconnected from reality. I used to skip school to go to Barnes & Noble. That's awesome. Man, I loved going to Barnes & Noble when I was in high school. I lived in China for 5 years. They had begun to love money more than family. That's what I've heard. I heard they worship money over there. Bruce Willis. Yeah, I was sad what happened to him. I saw the first Gladiator film with Russell Crowe. It's a masterpiece, right? Are you ethnically Jewish? No. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I have some Jewish blood in me. There's lots of gems in those books removed by the prots. Yep. Absolutely. Catholic Church is a military power. Oh, man. It's a real military power, guys. It's got a real military. Yep. Justin, they're a boomer. Yep. Thoughts on the papacy? It's a demonic and corrupt institution. Unheard gem. Yep, it is. One second, guys. Hold on. Let me me see something here. I'm learning about the disease Bruce Willis had. Yeah, it's pretty depressing. It's a mistranslation to say she. It's actually he. That's why I went to the Vulgate. It's a mistranslation. I've looked into this. It's actually masculine, but you have these people who want to make it she because they make it feminine. Let's see here. Sushi. Wonder if Huckabee was an early Neuralink test case. I doubt it. Smoke some pipe? I don't know. I think I'll hold off on the pipes for a little bit here because I'm planning on doing some exercise tomorrow. Thoughts on the Shia Muslim militias? I don't know, man. They're fighting for Ali. They're fighting for, what's the name of the... Karbala. They want to take Karbala back. Maybe I will smoke something later on. I don't know. I'll see. The world as we know it ends this weekend. What's going to happen? They crucified wisdom. And that's why they have no wisdom. They crucified wisdom. And that is why they make unwise decisions. Let's see here. I'm just one voice from overseas, but you are heard in within many circles. Appreciate that, Mr. Philip Kempter. No common sense. I'm always 50-50. Do you think the second coming is soon? I don't know, dude. I don't really like those questions because there's no way I can give you an answer. Is the president of Mexico Jewish? Well, her last name is Scheinbaum. So I think it's pretty clear where she sits at demographically. I think Trump is running right up to the cliff with Bibi and will hit the brakes and watch Bibi run right out off it. That's a good way to analogize it. I think that's a good analogy. If America hits Iran, Iran is going to hit Israel, and Israel is going to get the brunt of the Iranian counterstrike. Napoleon took Pope Pius. The Vatican doesn't have an army, but whatever. All right, guys, I'm going to show you some I'm going to show you guys some articles here, and I'm going to give you guys my commentary on them, and we're going to have some fun. Hold on a second. Do you disagree with Catholic What are you talking about? Do you think the U.S. will hit Iran? I think if it does, it'll be a controlled strike. It's hard for me to freaking really make an emphatic prediction on this because the thing is that we're getting close to the midterms. How does Trump do this without jeopardizing the Republicans? That's the thing that you have to keep in mind. So they're not going to jeopardize the Republican Party. So if they do a strike, it'll be a controlled one, and they hope that they will do it in a way that'll make them look strong. If they launch a major war, it's going to be devastating for the Republicans. I mean, it's just obvious. Not thrilled with Iran. Do you think that the Catholic Church is the pure, true Church of Christ? The Roman Catholic Church is a very corrupt church, so I don't believe that, no. I don't think any church that is inundated with PDF files and that has enabled PDF files and covered up for them is the Church of God. I just refuse to believe that. Israel's a big issue here in the UK. Yeah, it is. It's also here. It's a big issue here in the United States as well. He just said he thought the Catholic Church was yeah, I've already answered. Is the Vatican a toilet in the brewery? The Vatican is demonic. Let me see here. Hold on. All right, guys, let's get into it. Let's get right into this. I'm going to show you guys this article here. One week away from getting nuked since 1995. That's correct. So I'm going to read you guys excerpts from this article. I thought it was pretty good. It was published by the Israeli newspaper Plus 972. And it says here, Israel's lonely push for war with Iran. And so it says here, I'll make this a little bit bigger for you guys. Hold on. There we go, much better. During Israel's war with Iran in June, Iranian ballistic missiles inflicted damage on Israeli military and civilian infrastructure on a scale Israelis have not experienced in recent memory. Over the course of the 12-day confrontation, Iran launched more than 550 ballistic missiles and over 1,000 drones at Israeli territory, with at least 31 missiles penetrating Israel's air defense systems and striking population centers and strategic sites. Estimates put the cost of the war on the Israeli economy at $12 billion. Now you'll say, well, that's nothing. Yeah, it's nothing for America. This is pretty big for the Israelis because this is $12 billion in 12 days, everyone. So every day, 1 billion, 1 billion, 1 billion, 1 billion, 1 billion for a country that has a GDP of around $660 billion. 1 billion, 1 billion, 1 billion. Israel cannot sustain a prolonged war with Iran, and that's why it needs the United States. But here's the thing. Even if the United States enters the war to save Israel, and America gets itself involved in this prolonged war to save Israel, you're going to have several ripple effects from that. For one, America will not be able to sustain a prolonged war. You're going to have a lot of depleted munitions, a lot of depleted supplies, a lot of depleted bombs. America also has its THAAD system, its THAAD system. It's a missile interception system. Iran will be launching missiles at America's naval armada, and America will not have enough THAAD missiles to protect its ships from Iranian missile strikes. And so once those THAAD missiles are ran out, those American ships will be sitting ducks. Plus, you have to also factor in the morale realm of this whole thing. If you have a prolonged war with Iran, you're going to see a lot of dead American soldiers. That will ruin America's morale. It will further devastate America's enthusiasm for really patriotism. It will cripple America's patriotism. Because the Americans will say, wait a second, we got lied to about Iraq. We got lied to about Iran. Now we're in a war with Iran. All these dead people are coming back in American flag draped coffins. And so whatever trust that Americans have for the U.S. military and for the Pentagon will be destroyed. So America committing itself to a serious war with Iran, I'm just not seeing this happening. I could be wrong. I hope I'm right. But I just don't see this happening. I don't see it happening because, like I said, the midterms are coming. A serious war with Iran would be extremely unpopular. Now, if America does some controlled strikes and then Iran kind of backs off and they do this whole show where America could look strong and then Iran could hit Israel with some missiles and then look strong itself and then it's over, it's probably not going to have as much of an effect. And this is just the reality. I'm not supporting this, but a lot of Americans would enjoy watching Iranians hit Israel. I don't make this stuff up. I'm not making up reality here. Reality is reality, and that is the reality. There are plenty of Americans who, if Israel gets hit again, would pull up the popcorn and enjoy watching. That's just a fact. So I'm just not seeing this whole thing happening. I'm not seeing a conventional war happening. But Israel will not be able to sustain a conventional war. And neither will the United States. So it says here, yet earlier this month, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu traveled to the White House. This guy's always coming to the White House. You know, his wife wants to steal some towels. She wants some free towels. I heard that she steals towels. She goes to hotel rooms and she robs the hotel buildings of towels and whatnot. She's mentally ill. These are the people who are telling us to bomb Iran, by the way. Netanyahu runs away from his wife. He runs into a room and locks the door. I didn't make this up. This came from one of Netanyahu's bodyguards. One of his former bodyguards said this in an interview. He said that Netanyahu runs away from his wife. He goes into a room and locks the door. But this guy wants you to go to war. He can't even win a war with his own wife. He wants you to go to war with a major Middle Eastern powerhouse. But anyway, so this guy goes to Mar-a-Lago. He gets a free vacation. And he went to hang out with Donald Trump to ensure that any deal reached in the ongoing nuclear talks with Iran also include measures to neutralize Tehran's ballistic missile program. Now, remember, for years, the Israelis were saying, we want Iran to stop enriching uranium because we don't want Iran to get nukes. Okay, a lot of people hear that and they think that's a reasonable request because, you know, the Iranians, they're ran by these religious fundamentalists. Those people are dangerous. We don't want religious fundamentalists getting nukes, do we? No, we don't want that. Now the Israelis are shifting it. Now they're saying, well, not only do we not want Iran to get nukes, but we also demand that Iran doesn't have any ballistic missiles. They can't make ballistic missiles, so they can't make nukes. And Iran for years said, okay, we're not going to make nukes. They agreed. When Obama was president, when Mr. Obama, the guy who all the American conservatives were hating on, Obama said, let's make a deal. Iran said, okay, we're not going to make nukes. We're just going to get enough uranium for nuclear power for civilian purposes. France is going to process our uranium for us, and we're not going to make nukes. The IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Association, which is really an extension of the United Nations, was inspecting Iran's nuclear facilities. And the IAEA was saying, Iran is playing by the rules here. They're not breaking the rules. They're not enriching uranium to dangerous levels. No. The French are doing the processing of the enrichment for them. They're making sure that Iran doesn't make nukes. So Iran said, okay, we're not going to make any nukes. America steps in and says, no. Trump steps in. He gets a phone call from Sheldon Adelson and his wife, Miriam Adelson. We got two mentally ill people, the Adelsons. They're mad at Donald Trump because he wasn't shredding the deal apart. They were pissed off at Obama. They said, "Oh, Trump, you better. I want the deal tear it to pieces right now. Damn it! Iran shouldn't have any deal. No deal at all. No deal. The mullahs are dangerous. No deal for them. We can't trust them." Now again, this goes back to what I've said about Israeli culture: brash, arrogant. They make very hasty decisions without thinking about things, right? This is a negative part of Israeli culture. And so the Adelsons, they don't give a damn. The way that they were acting in regards to the deal is the way that people in Israel act when they're driving, screaming and yelling for no reason at all, not being calm, and being very sporadic and being very on edge and being very bombastic and hysterical. I want that deal torn up right now, damn it. Right now, Donald. So Donald Trump tears the deal apart. And Iran said, why in the hell should we even work with you? Why should we be reasonable with people who don't want to reason with us? So Iran began to enrich their uranium even more. They increased their level of enriched uranium. And so tearing the deal apart, and this is what I've said about Israel. Israel does things that have the opposite effect of the reason why they're doing those things. So Israel says, okay, we want Saddam gone. Saddam gets toppled. Iran rises up. Israel ended up with an outcome that it's still now dealing with, which is a powerful Iran. Israel said, we want Assad toppled. Assad got toppled. What was the result? What was the outcome? The outcome was a rising Turkey. And now Israel is facing a rising Turkey that is more dangerous than Iran because Turkey has the legitimacy of NATO, which means that Turkey can become very powerful, can grow its military, can increase its military capacity, and may even get nuclear weapons one day. And Turkey can deepen its security ties with nuclear-armed Pakistan. And NATO doesn't do anything about it because Turkey has the legitimacy of NATO. And so Israel can't stop Turkey. Israel can't lobby America to stop Turkey and go to war against Turkey. So Turkey is much more dangerous. But what enabled the rise of Turkey? Toppling Bashar al-Assad in Syria. So the outcome of Israel's actions ended up being the opposite of the outcome that Israel was hoping for. That's the reality. So Israel said, tear the deal apart. And the deal got torn apart because Donald Trump was getting kosher money and he was working at the behest of the kosher donors. And so he tore the deal apart. What was the outcome? The outcome was a more obstinate Iran, a more aggressive Iran, a much more stubborn Iran, and Iran less willing to reason or less willing to negotiate. And they ended up with an Iran that is more willing to attack Israel and has attacked Israel. So the outcome that Miriam Adelson ended up with is the opposite of what she was hoping for. Remember what happened on Mount Golgotha. Israel crucified wisdom. and thus they have no wisdom. Israel rejected and crucified wisdom, and they make decisions that are contrary to wisdom because they crucified wisdom. Christ is the wisdom of the Father. And so this is the reality. And so now Israel is saying, America, go to war with Iran, go to war with Iran. Do regime change. And if they do regime change, Turkey is going to go right into Iran and fill in that power vacuum. And Turkey is going to become more powerful. And Turkey will intensify its deepening of security ties with the Iranians, because in that case, Iran will have the legitimacy of NATO. And Iran will become more powerful in conjunction with Turkey. If they have a major conventional war, the Americans will say, we're bogged down in Iran. Turkey, we need you to become more powerful to help us stabilize the Middle East. Turkey will become more powerful. If America does nothing to Iran and there are no strikes, there is no war against Iran, then that would prove that Israel is losing its influence. And that would thus bespeak Israel becoming weaker and Turkey becoming stronger. So now the Israelis are terrified of the ballistic missiles of Iran, because you know why? Because they experienced those ballistic missiles. They got rained down upon by those ballistic missiles. So now they're saying, Iran, we don't even want you to have ballistic missiles. So Iran is thinking, so you want us to be a vassal for Israel. You want us to be your vassal. Because if we don't have nuclear bombs, okay, if we don't have the right to make nuclear bombs, that means that Israel will have a monopoly on nuclear deterrence, and Israel will feel free to bully us anytime it wants. Now, Israel is now more hesitant to bully the Iranians because of Iran's ballistic missiles. And so now the Israelis are saying, okay, well, now we're not just worried about nuclear bombs. Now we're also worried about ballistic missiles. So we want to have the guarantee that we will be able to bully you forever, Iran. And that's what that means. When they say, Iran, you shouldn't have any ballistic missiles, that means we want to bully you and we don't want you to defend yourselves. We don't want you to respond to us. We want to be able to fly into Iran, drop some missiles, hit some buildings, kill a bunch of civilians, and go back to Israel dancing in our little celebration ritual. Oh, hava lalito hava. With no repercussions. That's what that means. We don't want any repercussions from Iran. And Iran's like, fuck you. Fuck you, Israel. So is Iran going to get rid of its ballistic missile program? No. Because if Iran gets rid of its ballistic missile program, if it gets rid of its hypersonic missiles, that means Israel will have the complete freedom of travel to go right into Iran and do whatever the hell it wants. That's not going to happen. So they gave Iran a demand that they know very well Iran is not going to fulfill. Perhaps America will broker a better deal. God willing. I hope that that's what happens. I don't want to see more bombings. I don't want to see more deaths. I don't. I don't want to see dead Israelis. I don't want to see dead Iranians. I don't want to see dead Palestinians. But if they decide to be aggressive further with the Iranians and they do a strike on the Iranians, Israel is going to get paid again. And remember what Avigdor Lieberman said. Avigdor Lieberman is a former major politician in Israel. And Avigdor Lieberman said, Israel is terrified of the Iranians. This is what he said. He said, Israel is terrified of having to go through what it went through in June of 2025, wherein it got bombed continuously by Iran's ballistic missile program. And Israel was not able to stop all of the missiles. Israel's terrified, so now it needs America's help. But even in the midst of a war with Iran, Israel is still going to get hit, and Turkey is still going to get more powerful. It's a lose-lose for the Israelis. So it says here they want to neutralize Tehran's ballistic missile program, and they want to end Iran's funding for proxy groups such as Hamas and Hezbollah. These demands are widely viewed as non-starters, less a serious negotiating position than an attempt to derail diplomacy and create a pretext for a joint U.S.-Israeli strike on the Islamic Republic. Such a move could easily trigger a new prolonged war, one in which both Israel and Iran would likely sustain far greater damage than they did in the conflict in June of 2025. So Israel's going to get hit harder than it did last year if they decide to strike Iran. It's what I keep telling you guys. It's a lose-lose for the Israelis. Israeli lawmakers across the political spectrum, along with much of the country's media establishment, seem inclined to pursue another major conflict despite the potentially devastating consequences for Israel and the wider region. So you have all these lunatics in Israel, in the Israeli media, in the Israeli religious circles, in the settlements, all these psycho lunatics screaming war, 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 war. They want more war. They want to go to war. And they are so confident because they really believe that God is on their side. That's what they believe. Just like they believed that God was on their side when they revolted against Rome. Just like they believed that God was on their side when they said, crucify Jesus, crucify him. They thought God was on their side. And so they think God is on their side. I mean, you want to talk about religious fanaticism in Iran. Oh, in Iran, it's a lot of religious fanaticism there. Yeah, there's religious fanaticism in Iran. I'm not going to deny that. But let's not sit here and pretend that Israel itself is not ran by religious fanaticism. There's so much religious fanaticism in Israel that Netanyahu has to kowtow to them. Netanyahu has to continuously appease them to maintain his political power. Of course, there's religious fanaticism influencing Israel's decisions here. War, 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 war. You sure you want this? You sure? Israel is such a stupid country. They're a country of 10 million people. And they want to go to war against a country of 91 million people. And they're so confident because they think America's going to be on our side. America's going to be on our side. Really? Was America on your side when America allowed Turkey to expand within Syria? Was America on your side when America threw the Kurds under the bus, thus enabling the empowerment of the revived Turkish Empire in the Levant? Was America on your side when they decided to do a massive troop withdrawal out of major U.S. bases in Syria, thus creating a power vacuum that is being filled up by Turkey? Your biggest existential threat, according to Naftali Bennett and the rest of the Israeli government. You really put that much faith in America? Israel is putting so much faith in America, and that blind faith is leading it to its own demise. So it says here, Yair Lapid, the nominal head of the opposition, affirmed this week that, quote, it is time to strike at the foundations of the Iranian regime, and said that there would be, quote, no opposition coalition during war with Iran. No opposition to this. War, more killing. Likud MK Nassim Vaturi even hinted at the... Isn't Nassim Vaturi the guy who said, take all the Palestinian men and kill them? Isn't that... I'm pretty certain Nassim Vaturi said, separate the women and children from the men and kill all the men, like he was some sort of SS leader. I'm pretty certain this is the guy who said that. Nassim Vaturi even hinted at the possible use of nuclear weapons. So this Judeo-Nazi wants to use nukes. Quote, we have... I'm trying to do the Israeli accent. Hold on. Are you from Israel? Do you read the Torah? We have weapons we haven't used. The Iranians, they have Persian carpets. We have a textile factory here in Israel. And what does he mean by textile factory? A thinly veiled reference to Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor. Oh, he wants to drop nukes on Iran. These are the people that the evangelicals want you to die for. They want you to die for these people. A bunch of sodomites and drug addicts and sex traffickers and organs traffickers. Yes, go read about the organs trafficking that goes on in Israel. It's quite notorious. Go read about all the sex trafficking that is done legally, by the way, in Israel. They legalize sex trafficking in Israel, by the way. It's one of the hubs of sex trafficking in the world. And now you have some lunatics in Israel Jonathan Pollard being amongst them, who want to nuke Iran. And Jonathan Pollard is the greatest sabotager in American history. He made the greatest leak of America's nuclear secrets in American history. And he went to Israel because he was more loyal to Israel than to America. He betrayed the United States, sabotaged America for Israel, goes to Israel, and then he says, I'm going to run for the Knesset in Israel. And he says, we should drop nukes on Gaza. This is what Jonathan Pollard said. And Mike Huckabee is friends with him and defends him. Yeah, that's right. And now you have this psycho Judeo-Nazi, Mr. Nassim Baturi, this devil worshiper, saying we should drop nukes on Iran. Buddy, you go fight this war. I'm out. I'm telling you right now, if American troops get deployed to Iran, they need to do some civil disobedience. I'm serious. They need to do civil disobedience. They need to just straight up fucking refuse. They can't arrest all of you. Seriously. If every soldier said, fuck you, Lindsey Graham, and gave the middle finger to Huckabee and said, fuck Israel, Israel is Sodom and Gomorrah and worships the devil, I'm not fighting for Sodom, and they all did it, you think they're going to put all the soldiers in prison? They got to do some serious civil disobedience on this one. Like, seriously, just stop. Just refuse orders. They want you to die for these cycles. We're going to drop a nuke on Iran. We got to drop nukes on them, damn it. What's the difference? Iraq, Iran, what's the difference? Just change the last letter to an N. It becomes Iran. What's the difference? Who cares? Just drop a nuke on them. They can't beat us. We'll beat them. We'll beat them in war. That's right. Yeah, you know who thought that? The Romans did. Go read about the Roman Parthian Wars. Romans didn't do too great fighting against the Parthians. That was a forever war that ruined the Roman Empire. Go read about Julian the Apostate, everyone. Go read about Julian the Apostate, who thought that he could defeat Jesus. And he fought a war against the Parthians and lost. Just nuke them. Believe me, I know the mind of the Israeli. I know, because I used to work with them. I used to hang out with these people. I used to be in the Zionist world. I know this shit. I know how these people think. You talk to them in real life, that's how they talk. Just drop a nuke. Just carpet bomb them. Who cares? Just kill them. You want to know the mind of Israel? Go look at Steve Miller. Go look at Steve Miller. That's the mind of Israel. I am telling you right now, when I see Steve Miller, I see Israel. That's Israel right there. That is Israel. There is an old video of Steve Miller saying, we should torture Saddam Hussein's politicians. We should torture them. They're sadistic, murderous people who are also extremely compulsive. If I had to sum up the culture that we're dealing with here, sadistic, narcissistic, murderous, and compulsive. Very dangerous combination. Very dangerous combination. Just drop a just carpet bomb. Just bomb. Who cares? No, who cares? The Goyim are gonna fight the war. Who cares? Israel's not gonna fight. We're not gonna fight it. But we're gonna support it. We're gonna give you guys the moral support. We're gonna write articles about you in the blogosphere. We're gonna do YouTube videos. And we're gonna praise you on YouTube. We're gonna praise you on YouTube. That's what we're gonna do. That's what you're dealing with here. And only 3 out of 10 Americans, actually support this. Only 3 out of 10 Americans. If I was a dictator, I'm just saying, legally, if I was running the state, I would arrest them. And put them in asylums. Or I would just force them into the military and say, you want to fight this war? You go right ahead. 3 out of 10. Those are... And they're the reason why Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz get elected. That's the reason why. People like that. Psychopaths amongst us, I will say. Psychopaths amongst us. So it says here, part of the answer lies in Israel's shifting position within the emerging regional order. Israel's what? Now look at this. Look at this. I love this, guys. I love this. Part of the answer lies in Israel's shifting position within the emerging regional order. Israel's once near total freedom of action in Gaza is being constrained by developments on the ground in Palestine. Why is Israel being constrained? Because they're psychopaths. And the straw that broke the camel's back was bombing Qatar. They bombed Qatar, and America said, we gotta hit the brakes. We gotta put the leash on Israel's neck. Not, I know you run away from your wife, you go into a room, you lock the door because you're afraid that she's gonna beat you. We know that your wife is mentally ill, she steals towels. You can't deal with your own family. And apparently, this represents your entire country. Your country's mentally ill. Your country is mentally ill, Nan. We got to do something. You need help. So they had to put the leash on the dog. This little Chihuahua dog called Israel. And so now Israel's being constrained. So Israel's compulsive behavior was clearly exemplified when it bombed Qatar. That's what I'm talking about, right? Just bomb them. Just bomb. Who cares? Just bomb them. Yeah, but Qatar is the place where negotiations are being done. Who cares? Just bomb them. That's what you're dealing with here. You're dealing with, okay, how do I put it? If you took a gangster from the hood, take a gangster from the hood, all right? Ice Cube gangster, boys in the hood, dead presidents kind of stuff, all right? It's Training Day. Take a gangster from the hood. Take Jeffrey Epstein's... Okay, take half of Jeffrey Epstein's brain and put it inside the skull of the gangster from the hood. You got Israel. That's Israel. Right there. You see what I'm saying? That's Israel. That's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with that combination. It's a very dangerous combination. It's like gangsterism from the hood meets a school shooter. That's what you're dealing with here. So they don't care. And the more you allow them to do what they want, they're not going to stop. They'll bomb Qatar, they'll bomb Saudi Arabia, they'll bomb the UAE. They don't give a shit. They'll bomb Iran. They don't care. So America creates this thing called the Board of Peace. I talked about this before, but I'll talk about it again. America creates this thing called the Board of Peace. Okay, we got the Board of Peace, everyone. What is the Board of Peace, you may ask? Board of Peace is basically America's way of creating another United Nations. Only this time, America is going to create... This is the plan. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but according to the plan, America is supposed to create an international military force consisting of soldiers from diverse armies from various countries. And they want this international stability force. They call it the ISF, International Stability Force. They want this force to be deployed into Gaza. And that force is going to be there to basically replace the IDF, or to at least be there with the IDF, to babysit the IDF. Because if you just have the IDF, then you're just gonna have what you're seeing. They're killing people, they're hitting people all the time. They're doing it all the time. Some Palestinian guys walking around looking for firewood, they snipe them. I mean, this is what they do. They're sick fucks, these people. I don't support Israel. Fuck Israel. It's a satanic country. It's evil. Some poor I can tell you the story. Do you want me to tell you the story? Some poor Palestinian family was in a van and they were going to drive to their house because they thought the war was over. And the Israelis shut up the whole van, killed killed almost the entire family. I think only one of the children survived. They killed virtually the whole family. Killed them, wiped out the whole family. Like that. Boom. Well, we thought they were, they were crossing some line, some arbitrary line. Go read about it. They do this all the time. 2 kids looking for firewood, kill them. They do this shit all in Gaza. They're still killing people. They're doing target practice on people. It's a satanic country. I hate Israel. I'll be honest with you guys. I hate Israel. I hate this country. I read about Israel all the time, and I'm just reminded why I hate this country. I hate it. And when I see Lindsey Graham saying, well, we gotta support Israel, I hate Lindsey Graham. I think Lindsey Graham should be in prison. I would put him in prison for the rest of his life. I would put Lindsey Graham behind bars, and I would throw away the key. And I would say, well, you wanted a war. Well, now you know what? This is what you end up. This is what you deserve. I'd do the same thing to Ted Cruz. I would do the same thing to Mike Huckabee. I'd put them all in prison for aiding and abetting war crimes. I would throw away the key. I wouldn't, and not give a shit. I would sleep very comfortably at night. I wouldn't care. So, because they're satanic, they worship the devil. And Marco Cain Rubio, I'd put him in prison too. He's going to prison. Straight to prison, that guy. Straight to prison. Take your cocaine lips to prison. And you ain't going to get cocaine in prison. Marco Cain Rubio will get no cocaine in prison. So, America creates this thing called the Board of Peace. And just recently, America had its first Board of Peace conference. America was there. I think Donald Trump was there, if I'm not mistaken. The Turks had their own representatives there. There was a bunch of people there. And America appointed a man to be the military commander of the ISF. His name is Jeffers, Commander Jeffers. I forgot his first name, but his last name is Jeffers. And Mr. Jeffers said, I am pleased to announce that Kosovo, Albania, and Kazakhstan, and Indonesia have all pledged to send troops to Gaza. Now, the Turks were saying, listen, we can send 5,000 or so soldiers into Gaza. It's no problem, Trump. We can do that. And Mr. J.D. Vance came along and he said, Turkey's going to have a place in Gaza. Whether Israel likes it or not, Turkey's going to have a place in the governing of Gaza. Israel starts crying. Israel says, no, because Turkey is our biggest existential threat. Well, you should have thought about that before toppling Assad. You made your bed, now you're going to sleep on it. Turkey's rising up, thanks to you. Now you're mad. So America says Turkey's going to have to play a role in the governance of Gaza. Now what? Israel lobbies against this. The Israel lobby steps up, says, no, America, you can't do this. You're putting us in danger. Because you got Turkish soldiers in Lebanon, Turkish soldiers in Cyprus, Turkish soldiers in Libya, Turkish soldiers in Syria, Turkish soldiers in Iraq. And if we have Turkish soldiers in Gaza, that's the full encirclement of Israel. You can't allow that. So what does America do? America does a conference that happened just recently. Commander Jeffers, the commander for this ISF, this International Stability Force, says, I am pleased to announce that Kazakhstan, Albania, Kosovo, and Indonesia have all pledged to send troops into Gaza. Now, what do all these countries have in common? For one, they're all Muslim. Secondly, their people hate Israel. And thirdly, they are all major allies of Turkey. Some have deeper ties with Turkey than others, but they all have ties with Turkey. Turkey is on its way to fully putting into operation their own indigenously designed fighter jet called the Khan fighter jet. And this fighter jet is going to be a rival to the American F-35. Who is the first customer? Who was the first customer for these Khan fighter jets? Indonesia. Indonesia said, Turkey, we want tens of these Turkish-made fighter jets. Turkey and Indonesia signed the deal. Indonesia's going to get, 20-something of these Turkish-made fighter jets. So Turkey and Indonesia, they have deep military ties. Deep military ties. Kazakhstan is a member of Turkey's Organization of Turkic States, OTS. Turkey sees Kazakhstan as an ethnically tied country to Turkey because they're Turkic. Kazakhstan is a part of Central Asia. Central Asia is the motherland of the Turkic people. If you read about how the Turks invaded what we now today call Turkey, they came in from Persia. They came in from Central Asia, Turkmenistan, into Iran, from Iran into Anatolia. They invaded the Byzantine Empire, and they eventually destroyed the Byzantine Empire. That's why we call Anatolia Turkey. That's why it's not called Anatolia anymore. It's called Turkey. So the Turks look at the Kazakhs and they say, we're brothers. Our languages are almost identical. We are related in some way. We share a historical tie because your people invaded this land and destroyed the Byzantine Empire. And the posterity of that Turkic invasion would eventually create the Ottoman Empire, the Seljukian Empire, and then eventually the Ottoman Empire after that. So there's a historical, religious, ethnic, linguistic tie between the Turks and the Kazakhs. So Kazakhstan, according to the American government, this is not just, Mr. Tokayev, whatever his name is, the ruler of Kazakhstan. This is not just him talking. This is America in the Trump-created, Trump-organized Gaza Peace Conference declaring Kazakhstan has pledged troops to Gaza. That's a major ally of Turkey pledging to send troops to Gaza with the blessing of the United States. That is a member of Turkey's Organization of Turkic States pledging troops to Gaza with the blessing of the United States. Kosovo, with the blessing of America, has pledged to send troops into Gaza with the blessing of the U.S. Kosovo is seen as an extension of Turkey. Who runs Kosovo's military? Turkey does. Who provides Kosovo with weapons? Turkey does. How does Turkey see Kosovo? As an extension of Turkey. If you don't believe me, go look at what Mr. Erdogan himself said about Kosovo. He said Kosovo is Turkey. Turkey has the same perspective on Albania. He says Albania is Turkey. It's an extension of Turkey. So by Kosovo troops and Albanian troops, if Kosovo troops and Albanian troops are allowed to be deployed into Gaza, that would be Turkey's former colonies, because these people were once ruled by the Ottoman Empire. That will be Turkey's former colonies being sent into Gaza. That will be Turkey seeing its extensions being placed into Gaza as a foothold against Israel. And America's allowing it. America's allowing it. America wants this. So Israel is saying, America's always going to be on our side. Really, Israel? Really? Have you ever thought of maybe having second thoughts about that? Because I'm not really seeing your Israel lobby really dominating everything here. I'm seeing your Israel lobby sort of eroding in influence, because if the Israel lobby was so powerful, it would have prevented this from happening, but it's not preventing it. America is insisting on this happening. And America is insisting on empowering Turkey in Syria and in Gaza. So this is Israel losing influence and losing power. And this is Israel getting closer and closer to its end, as I've said many times. So it says here, part of the answer lies in Israel's shifting position within the emerging regional order. Israel's once near total freedom of action in Gaza is being constrained by developments on the ground in Palestine. Trump's so-called Board of Peace, which the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, Cardinal Pierbattista Pizzaballa, has aptly described as a colonialist operation, and it is. Nonetheless, contains one redeeming feature that troubles Israeli planners. The Gaza peace plan does not trouble Turkey. Turkey's winning. The Gaza peace plan troubles Israel. And the Gaza peace plan is not, it's not something that was created by Turkey. It's not something that was created by Hamas. It's not something that was created by Iran. It's something that was created by America, supposedly Israel's greatest ally. The Gaza peace plan, according to this article, redistributes influence away from Israel and towards regional powers whose agendas clash with Israel's long-standing pursuit of total impunity. Which regional powers is this guy talking about? He's talking about Turkey. That's what he's talking about. Because America said, Kosovo, Albania, they can send troops to Gaza. Those are Turkey's extensions of power being allowed to enter Gaza. That's what that means. Indeed, Turkey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt, despite their many rivalries, share a growing concern about Israel's capacity to destabilize the region and potentially their own domestic arenas. Even the UAE, a staunch Israeli ally, and also the UAE, I must add, and Israel are both partnering in the genocide going on in Sudan because they're both backing the RSF, which are a bunch of rapists and mass murderers. But even the UAE, a staunch Israeli ally, has condemned the recent statements by U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee regarding Israel's biblical right to large parts of the Middle East. That's right. That's because Mr. Huckabee said, Israel can have it all. I don't give a damn. They can take the Middle East. I don't care. I'm going to go eat Chick-fil-A. While these states have repeatedly demonstrated indifference toward the plight of Palestinians, their prospective role in shaping Gaza's future could impose practical limits on Israel's freedom to continue destroying Palestinian life in the enclave as effective as an embargo on weapons shipments. Israel, after all, cannot easily renew the fighting in Gaza, the country's most enduring euphemism for the genocide. If doing so risks confrontation with a broader regional coalition. Risks confrontation with a broader regional coalition. Now imagine if you have Kosovo troops, Albanian troops, Indonesian soldiers all in Gaza. Indonesia has said, with the blessing of America, that we can send 8,000 soldiers into Gaza. That's an army. 8,000 guys is a lot of guys. Now imagine Kazakh soldiers, Albanian soldiers, Indonesian soldiers, Kosovo soldiers. These are not weak people. Some nations are stronger than others. Some nations are more warlike than others. Indonesians are not weak people. If you don't believe me, go ask the people of East Timor. Go see what the Indonesians did to the people of East Timor. Indonesia did a genocide to the people of East Timor. Go look it up. 100,000 people murdered by Indonesia. People cut up, people raped, people shot, people butchered alive by the Indonesian military. These are not nice people. They're mean people. And the Israelis have said, oh, no one can beat us. We're just going to do whatever we want. Really? Let me introduce you to an even meaner race of people, the Indonesians. They're a mean people. They're a brutal, fierce people. The Indonesians are a fierce people. They're a fierce people. And they're not weak like the Westerners are. They have fucking lots of kids. They produce... They're the most populated Muslim country in the whole Muslim world. They have tons of kids. They got a lot of young people. They're a fierce people, the Indonesians. And so America say, okay, Israel, if we can't control you, because, we're very nice to you, we worship you because, you're God's people and all that. You got Mike Huckabee caressing you all the time. Here's the Indonesians. Go deal with them. You want to fuck with the Indonesians? Here, fuck with them. Fuck with these people. You want to fuck with the Albanians? You want to mess with the Kosovo people? Mess with these people. See what happens. They're not nice people. And Turkey has said very explicitly, Albania is Turkey. Kosovo is Turkey, because they were both controlled by the Ottoman Empire. So if Israel, let's say, if IDF soldiers kill Kosovo or Albanian soldiers, or if they have a clash, Turkey's going to say, our ally is under attack. We got to help our ally over there in Gaza. And it could ripple effect into a massive war. It really could. Eventually, there's going to be a clash between Turkey and Israel. It's going to happen. It's going to happen over Syria. They're going to fight over Syria. But they're also going to fight over Gaza. You see? So Israel is not going to continue the genocide if doing so risks confrontation with a broader regional coalition. Nor is such an escalation likely to attract automatic American backing, particularly at a moment when Trump appears increasingly receptive to the views of leaders in Doha, Qatar, and Ankara, Turkey, and visibly less trustful of Netanyahu. This is so amazing to me. This is so amazing to me. I want to laugh thinking about it. It really is. I look at the New York Times almost every day. Not every day, but almost every day. I look at the New York Times. I look at the Washington Post. I look at Haaretz. I look at various newspapers on a weekly basis. I look at these newspapers. And I looked at New York Times, Washington Post, right? And then a few days ago, I hear America has just done a massive troop withdrawal from Syria. America had 2,000 troops in Syria. Now the troop number is 900 to 1,000, something like that. And America has abandoned several major U.S. military bases in Syria. Who's going to fill in the bases? Supposedly the Syrian military. Who's backing the Syrian military? The Turkish military. The Syrian military is a proxy of the Turkish military. And I wondered to myself, did New York Times report on this? Did the Washington Post report on this? Did Haaretz report on this? I couldn't find them reporting on it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe someone can correct me on this. But I looked into it in the New York Times. Couldn't find anywhere in the New York Times where they said, oh, look, America has done a massive troop withdrawal. Al Jazeera reported on it. Why is the mainstream media in the Western world not reporting on this? I have an idea. I have a clue as to why the English-speaking Western media is not reporting on this. Because it makes Israel look weak. It proves that Israel's influence is eroding. Because Israel begged the Americans, don't pull out of Syria. Do you know who told the Americans to pull out of Syria? Turkey did. And so America is doing what Turkey wants, pulling out of Syria. Because Turkey wants to be the most dominating country in Syria. Trump wanted to pull the troops out of Syria in 2019. And Big Dog Mattis, General Big Dog Mattis, told Trump, don't do this, Trump. Because Assad is still in power. That means the Russians are in power in Syria. And if you pull all the troops out of Syria, you're going to empower the Russians. We can't do that. So what happened? The Americans waited. They waited. And all of a sudden, war broke out in Ukraine. Russia had to divert all these troops to go fight in Ukraine. Russia is now bogged down in a very destructive war in Ukraine. A lot of Russians have been killed. 2025 happens. December of 2025, Bashar al-Assad is overthrown. Russia lost its guy. Russia could not defend Bashar al-Assad because Russia is stuck in a war in Ukraine. Now the Americans are withdrawing out of Syria because now is the opportunity to do so. Russia is not there. Well, they are there, but in a very limited capacity. They still have a naval base there. But Russia is bogged down in Ukraine. Russia is weak. Now is the chance. Now is the opportunity. Pull out of Syria, empower Turkey in Syria. Have the Turks deal with Syria. The Turks said, America, pull out of Syria. America is doing that. Israel said, don't do it. America didn't listen. America is not listening. And the Pentagon has recently stated that they are hoping to do a full troop withdrawal out of Syria in about 1 month. Now, there's another report that says 2 months, but you guys understand what I'm saying here. They're really planning on doing a troop withdrawal. Once all the Americans are out of Syria, or I should say if, right? Because things can happen, it can change, the Americans can come back, whatever, and they can rescind the plan. That's a possibility. But if they fully pull out of Syria, that will be another nail in Israel's coffin. It will further prove the erosion of Israeli influence, and it will further mean the further empowerment of the Turkish military in Syria. And that would further indicate that America really is listening to other countries more so than it is to Israel, or that America is just giving a bunch of attention to other countries and acquiescing to their demands, even though they go against the interest of Israel. Either way you look at it, Israel is going down. So it says here, Trump has even warned Israel it stands to lose all American support should it forge ahead with formal annexation of the West Bank, as such a step will ruin American and Israeli relations with Arab states. Despite Israel's objections, Turkey is pledging to contribute its troops to an international stabilization force with Gaza. and has even begun preliminary reconstruction efforts in the Strip, including reopening mosques and deploying humanitarian personnel. I've talked about this before, but Turkey has several mosques in Gaza. Those are part of Turkish territory. Those are basically Turkish embassies. And so if Israel attacks those mosques, Turkey can say, you're attacking our religion. This is a strike against Turkey. And then the tensions can increase. In practical terms, Israel lacks the capacity to disarm Hamas on its own, nor does it appear likely that the powers now attaining control of Gaza will grant it permission to even attempt such an operation. So if you have this international stabilization force in Gaza, Israel is going to be extremely limited in what it can do. Are you going to be just dropping bombs galore when you have Indonesian soldiers, when you have Kosovo soldiers? If you kill any one of those soldiers, Turkey can say that you are attacking one of their allies. In short, while Israel has succeeded in... Plus, keep in mind, Turkey is a part of NATO. And so if you attack Turkish troops in Gaza, you're attacking NATO. And if Turkey decides to go to war with Israel, America is not going to fight against itself. America's not going to say, oh, well, we're going to go to war against a fellow NATO member. It's not going to happen. Israel will be left to dry. Israel will be left to go through the meat grinder without any help. And as John the Revelator says, the whore of Babylon will be abandoned by her lovers. All of her lovers will abandon her as she gets torn apart by the beast. In short, while Israel has succeeded in inflicting massive destruction on Palestinian society and infrastructure, it has fallen short of its own declared war aims. The destruction of Hamas and the recovery of all 251 hostages, 85 of whom were killed. Many of them were killed by Israel, let's be real here, if not all of them. If victory is defined narrowly as maximizing Palestinian suffering and rendering Gaza unlivable, that interpretation may be true. By any other definition, military, political, or moral, Israel was and continues to be defeated. Yep. Under these conditions, another war with Iran emerges as the only remaining path to attempt to unify the country and maintain an aggressive regional agenda. So Israel is a very divided country. It's a very polarized country. Right now, you have a lot of tension between the religious Israelis and the non-religious Israelis, because the religious Israelis want to be exempt from military service. They don't want to go fight and die. Now, they will support genocide. They will pray to their God to aid them in massacring Palestinians, but they don't want to be in the war. They want others to go fight and die for them. So there's a lot of hatred between secular Israelis and religious Israelis over this issue. So it's a very divided country. So Netanyahu is thinking, okay, well, right now we're not in a war with Gaza. The war with Hezbollah is a cold war. It's not so much really active, although they are doing strikes on Lebanon. But if they can have another major war front, if they can have another hot war, then they can further unify the population, just like what happened in 2023. Israel was on the verge of having a civil war in 2023 because the Israeli people, many of them, were very angry with Netanyahu because his government was very close to really rendering the power of the Supreme Court effectively useless and powerless. And so there was massive anger and rage against Netanyahu and his government. And Israel was on the verge of tearing itself apart. So then October the 7th happened, and that reunified the Israeli people. Netanyahu wants to reunify the Israeli people. How do you do that? Well, you've killed a ton of people in Gaza. You've probably killed, I don't know, at least 100,000 people, if not hundreds of thousands. I think it's hundreds of thousands. I don't think it's tens of thousands. I don't believe that for 1 second. I mean, there's still bodies trapped in the rubble. It's pretty depressing. So Israel says, okay, well, we destroyed Gaza. Now what? Let's cause another war. So now they want another war. If they don't get that war, the fault lines in Gaza the fault lines in Israel will continue to be amplified and continue to intensify. And that polarization will deepen even more. And then basically what we were seeing in 2023 prior to October the 7th is just going to come right back. And it's already there, but it's just going to come back even more. So it says here, a parallel pattern is visible within Israel's recognized borders. Lethal violence in Palestinian communities inside Israel has surged dramatically, yet Israeli police routinely ignore repeated pleas from Palestinian citizens to intervene meaningfully and stop the wave of killing. So that's yeah, I didn't underline anything else in this article because there was really nothing else in this article that pertained to what I'm trying to tell you guys here. And that is that there is a massive shift in American policy that's not really to Israel's favor. I know a lot of people like to think that everything America does is for Israel. But if you want to believe that narrative, then how then do you explain America giving all this power to Turkey, which Israel is complaining about and which Israel is calling its biggest existential threat? Not everything America is doing is to Israel's interest. And in fact, in many cases, America is going contrary to Israel's interest. So that shift against Israel's interest is really a further nail on Israel's coffin. Anyway, I think I should probably get something to drink. I'm a little bit thirsty, really. Let me read your guys' comments. Hold up. Three out of 10 is too close for comfort. It is. You're right. It is. 100% right. Appreciate that, Mr. Vargas. Just remember, we grew up with superhero movies fighting against someone who wants to destroy the world, and then a hero sacrifices his life. Okay. I was ready to go before 17 and 2003. Well, thankfully, you didn't go. Parthia was too big to conquer by the Romans, which makes what Alexander did even more impressive. Superman is a Jewish creation. Okay. We like you alive. I appreciate that. Board of Peace trumps take on UN. Yup. See here. If I don't steal your house, somebody else will. That's the mentality that you're dealing with. Charlie Kirk was like Superman. Was he really? It's a great deception. Bibi is Polish. Yeah, he is. I listened to what people like Smedley Butler said about the military. Yeah, it's a racket. Didn't Trump post a video with that bomb Iran song? Yep, he did. These people are twisted. They are. They just say bomb them like these aren't human beings. They're evil. You're dealing with evil people. Ubamensch, yep. Pariah statehood coming for Israel. Ministry of truth for warmongers. YouTube maybe already censored me. I'm not sure, but it looks like if it's the case, I know for sure. Okay, on this channel, friend and amen. I appreciate that, Mr. Kempter. The tiny hats and the world notices. Sorry, and the Nazis working together because you would never guess. Yeah, right. It's just dawned on me that the Khazans in Star Trek Voyager were an allegory to Khazar. Really? I didn't know that. I never really watched Star Trek. Let's see here. Gotta love Roddenberry. Dumb name. Eugenics. Pure evil. Where's the crown? Any colonial state is wrong, to be honest. Think about it. Argentina has already released on the papers. The painter lived... Yeah, I heard that he was living in Argentina. I heard he never really killed himself. They're all traitors. Yep. The world is screwed. Getting there. Maybe I'm paranoid, not in the land of the free, but in the land der Deichte und Denker. I don't know what that means. I don't speak German. Bored of peace. That's a great play on words right there. Not bored of peace. It's just, I'm bored of peace. Yeah, I don't want it. That's a very, very clever play on words. I like that. I'm going to use that. If the Saints don't take control right now, the Saints don't have power. Saints almost never have power. We're not narcissistic enough to take power. Water board of peace. Interesting. The board of creeps. Board of thieves. Humans have lost every millimeter of moral integrity. It sounds so Orwellian. It does. Some of them went to Argentina, and some went to America, and those great Nazi hunters didn't find any except like four of them. Maybe they weren't really hunting for Nazis in the first place. Humans are too lost and uneducated. Hind Rajab survived, then two Red Crescent workers went to help. Yep. And they murdered her and their whole family. They murdered her uncle, her aunt, I think her cousin as well. It was just horrific. And Turkey said, bet. Yep. You just think humans are irredeemable because you just woke up. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Greater Turkestan led by Turkey to bring back the Silk Road. Yep, that's right. And they want to block China's access into Iran so that China will be hindered from having really a smooth trade route, because Iran is a major trade route for the Chinese. They're trying to rush Aquaria. I don't know what that is. I don't believe in that stuff. Ottoman-German alliance is very real. Oh, it is. You're right. Me and my fellows agree in that case. Absolutely. Yeah, and you're German. You see it. Yeah, the Germans and the Turks are going to deepen their alliance, and they're going to integrate their militaries together. I've talked about this many times, but I'm glad that you see what I'm seeing. Here comes the rooster. Chow. Okay. New energy. Mackinder Heartland theory. Central Asia equals Turkish Imperium. That's correct. That is correct. I like that term, Turkish Imperium. Rathbone? What are you talking about? What? Rathbone? Russia is not weak. Well, it's definitely bogged down. You know, definitely bogged down. Beast Turkey is rising. It would get its wound is getting healed. That's correct. Yep. Upcoming Haredi draft. Well, the thing is that when they draft the Haredim into the IDF, they become more fanatical than the average IDF soldier. So really, by creating the Haredim military force, Israel is essentially creating a Jewish ISIS. That's what Israel is creating. It's creating a monster. And if you force all of the Haredim, or at least all of the Haredim men who are able-bodied, to join the military, you are going to have a massive army of Jewish fanatics. That's what Israel is going to end up with if they force all of the Haredim men to join the military. If they do that, they are going to train all these crazy lunatics, and it's like training a bunch of school shooters. That's what it is. And so Israel's going to have a big-ass problem, because you're going to have a bunch of psychopaths who want Israel to have a third temple, and they're going to want kosher law to run the land, and they're going to want to kill Christians, and they're going to have guns and training. So by forcing the Haredim into the military, Israel will create a monster. It's going to create a Jewish ISIS. And if you don't believe me, go look up the Netza Yehuda IDF unit in the IDF. It is a purely Hadadim military force, and they are the most psychopathic, violent IDF unit in the IDF. So they will create a Jewish ISIS. And yes, maybe that will precipitate and accelerate a civil war. Maybe, yes, because they will feel very confident. They got guns, they got training, and they can really do a lot of damage. Ted looks Middle Eastern. Well, that is my ethnicity for the most part. Appreciate your voice. Appreciate that. Thank you, Caterpillars. Let's see here. F Israel, give us in our soul love for you outside Africa. Thank you. We will give you love back when Israel is in hell. Appreciate that. Turkey seems a lot less evil than Israel. Well, I mean, listen, they're both evil, but I wouldn't say that Turkey is not evil, because look at the Armenian genocide. Do you think Turkey being the big power in the Middle East would be better or worse than Israel being that power? That's a good question. Let me think about that. I don't like Israel. I hate Israel. If you have Turkey dominating the Middle East, you have a Turkish empire, that is going to bring war between Turkey and Russia. Turkey will resume its genocide of the Armenians. I mean, it's like with the Israelis, you have a genocide of the Palestinians. With the Turks, you have a genocide of Christians. I mean, I think they're... I can't decide. I can't. They're both so diabolical. Oh God, I hate answering these kinds of questions, but because it sounds like I'm siding with the other side, but a revived Turkey is probably worse. That's what I would say, because I mean, you're talking about the Armenian genocide all over again. Do you think Palestinians had no choice but to do October the 7th? That is a good question. I like that question because it gives me a chance it gives me the opportunity to express my feelings about the Palestinian cause. You see, here is the problem with the Palestinian cause. Now, to answer your question, I'm going to give you the quick answer first, and then I'm going to give you the longer answer. So, do you think Palestinians had no choice but to do October the 7th? The answer is no. I don't believe that they had no choice. They definitely had a choice not to do what they did. Was it a wise choice? The answer is no. It was not a wise choice. It was a terrible choice. And every time I say this, every single time I say this, I get a lot of anger from pro-Palestine people. Well, I'm sorry. That's my opinion. That is my position, and I will not abandon this position. It was a terrible choice to do October the 7th. Absolutely. Why do I say that? Look at Gaza. You did this October the 7th attack. You killed a bunch of people. You took hostages only for what? For your region to be utterly destroyed, for at least 100,000 people to lose their lives, and for what? So Jared Kushner could have some fucking real estate deal? So Palantir can make money off of AI killing technology? So that the Israelis could enjoy and relish in sniping kids? Because you gave them that green light. You gave them that green light. You did the attack. And the Israelis said, okay, they attacked us. Now we have the legitimacy to declare war on Gaza. And they went into Gaza and they did a genocide under the facade of a war. And they killed at least 100,000 people. They massacred civilians by so many numbers. I don't even know the exact number. They say 70,000. Some say 100,000. I'm going to say it's hundreds of thousands. That's my guess. And for fucking what? So Jared Kushner could say, well, you know, we're going to build some resorts and strip clubs here. So Donald Trump can talk about building resorts and whatever. So the Israelis can have beachfront properties under your buried dead, under your corpses, on top of your corpses. Was it worth it? You gave them the green light to do this. And it angers me to no end that they did this. And I knew it. And I knew this. I knew it was going to happen. Everyone knew it was going to happen. I knew. The moment I saw the attack, I said, oh God. And I did a video about it not too long after it happened. I said, the Israelis are going to do some horrific things. And they did do a lot of horrific things. And it's like, was it worth it? It was a terrible choice. Yes, they did have a fucking choice. It was a terrible decision. It was a terrible decision to do 10-7. And people say, oh, you're wrong. And I got all these pro-Palestine people. You're so wrong. You're a domestic. And I've had people tell me, oh, I'm a cock. I'm a domesticated animal. I'm an agent for Israel for saying this. Oh God. People have no idea how dumb they sound when they make these arguments. I am an agent for Israel for saying that 10-7 was a terrible choice. I am an agent for Israel for saying that the Palestinians should have never given the Israelis the pretext they were looking for to orchestrate a genocide. I am an Israeli agent for saying that the Palestinians should have never did what the Israelis wanted them to do. You know, it's amazing. Do you know who the real cucks for Israel are? Do you know who the biggest cucks and servants and tools of Israel are? The biggest tools of Israel are the ones who support Palestinian terrorism. I'm going to say it right now. I don't give a damn what anyone tells me. I will die on this hill. The biggest tools for Israel are the ones who support terrorism against the Israelis. Oh, you must be an agent for Israel. Do you know who was a tool for Israel? Hamas. Hamas was a tool for Israel. Israel went to Qatar and said, Qatar, could you please flood Gaza with billions of dollars? Could you please give Hamas billions of dollars? Netanyahu went to the Qataris. And if you don't believe me, you can see the photograph of Netanyahu's signature. Netanyahu went to the Qataris and he begged the Qataris to give Hamas billions of dollars. And he put his signature on a forum to legitimize, to officialize his request. You can see Netanyahu's signature in a request to Qatar to fund Hamas. Who's the agent of Israel? Who's the tool for the Israelis? The biggest tools for the Israelis are the ones who support Palestinian terrorism. Because Israel, for the longest time, has wanted terrorism. They never wanted a Palestinian movement that was intelligent. They never wanted a moderate Palestinian movement. Because a Palestinian movement that is moderate, that is willing to negotiate, is a movement that can gain international legitimacy. And the Israelis want to always portray their enemies as obstinate savages who cannot be reasoned with. This is why the Israelis hated the Iran deal. They didn't hate the Iran deal because the Iranians were going to get a nuke and blah, 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 and all this bullshit. They hated the Iran deal because the Iran deal proved that the Iranians are civilized. that the Iranians are human beings, that the Iranians simply want access to the international markets, that the Iranians want commerce. That's why they hated the Iran deal. Why did the Israelis support the massacre of the Palestinians in 1982 in Lebanon? Go read about it. You want to read about savagery? Go read about the Sabra and Shatila massacre that happened in 1982. The Israelis backed a bunch of Lebanese fascists called the Kataib, and they backed them to butcher the Palestinians in the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps in Lebanon in 1982. And as the Lebanese fascists were butchering and raping and pillaging the Palestinians for 3 days, the Israelis watched on. Why did the Israelis want to see this massacre of Palestinians? Because they wanted to destroy the PLO. Because the PLO said, hey, we're willing to negotiate. The PLO said, hey, we're willing to have dialogue. We are willing to have some sort of agreement. The Israelis hate that. The Israelis hate that. So what did the Israelis do? They funded Hamas because they wanted the Palestinians to attack the Israelis. They wanted the Palestinians to massacre the civilian population in the kibbutzes over there in southern Israel. They wanted that. So they could say, now we can do a genocide, we can bomb as much as we want, we can kill, we can snipe, we can do whatever the hell we want, we can rape, we can do whatever the hell we want. And you gave them that legitimacy. You gave them that green light. You gave them exactly what they wanted because you are a tool for the Israelis. The biggest threat to the Israelis is a civilized enemy. That's the biggest threat to the Israelis. The biggest threat to the Israelis are people who can be reasoned with. People who can say, no, we're not going to resort to terrorism. We're not going to resort to violence. We're not going to play your game. But you have these people who sit there behind the computer screens, and they sit there behind their phones, and they sit there on their chairs, on their lazy boy chairs. They sit there behind their video game consoles and say, oh, no, we have to support the Palestinian terrorists' cause. We have to support Hamas. We have to support whatever. We have to support the killing of Israelis because that's resistance against colonialism, Zionist colonialism, Zionist colonial state. Really, you're a bunch of ragtag paramilitaries fighting against a very well-trained, very armed, wealthy military called the IDF. Are you going to win? You're not going to win shit. So what is the point? What is the point? What is going to be the outcome other than, well, what we have been seeing in Gaza? The flattening of Gaza, the extermination of the Gazans. That is the outcome. So what good was it? You gave the Israelis exactly what they wanted. And it's amazing. It's amazing. The face of the pro-Palestine movement in America is not a Palestinian. It's a guy in New York City named Norman Finkelstein. Norman Finkelstein is the face of the pro-Palestine movement in America and in really the Western world. It's not a Palestinian guy. It's some guy named Norman Finkelstein. And Norman Finkelstein tells the Palestinians to go out and fight and die. He eggs them on. He supports it. He praises it. He applauds it. He says it's great. And when October the 7th was happening, Finkelstein went on to his Twitter and he said, glory, glory, hallelujah. Exact words, go look it up. He said, glory, glory, hallelujah. So while the Palestinians are being butchered and being blown to bits, who is cheering them being killed? Who is telling them, fight more, resist more, give what the Israelis want? Give the Israelis a brighter green light to kill and to pillage and to rape and to butcher. Who's telling the Palestinians that? Norman Finkelstein. You're following Norman Finkelstein. You're not following logic. You're not following civility. You're not following reason. You're not following wisdom. You're following a lunatic, a mentally ill lunatic named Norman Finkelstein. That's who you're following. Some guy named Norman Finkelstein. You understand what I'm telling you guys? You're not following some Palestinian guy. You're not following the Palestinian man who is selling figs for a living and he just wants to earn a living. You're not following the Christian Palestinians who just want to be left alone and they don't want psychopathic settlers killing them. You are following a man named Norman Finkelstein. His last name sounds like Epstein. That's who you're following. And you're too fucking stupid to see that. You're too crazy. You're too much of a fanatic to see that. Finkelstein. Oh, he's a very honorable man. Yeah, he lives in New York in his apartment, and he tells the Palestinians to go out and fight. And then the Palestinians get the brunt of the suffering. He doesn't suffer. You want to be a tool? Be my guest. Do what the Israelis want. You want to be a tool? Be my guest. Go be a tool for the Israelis. But if you want to be smart about it, and if you want to be intelligent, and if you want to prevent suffering, actually support civility and say, no, we're not going to play your game. We're not going to play your game, Israel. We're not going to do this bullshit. So that's the bottom line. That's how I feel about this whole thing. It was a terrible decision. Ukraine is another tool of the Americans. Ukraine said, we're going to join NATO. And the intelligent people were saying that's a bad idea. Mearsheimer said that's a bad idea. Jeffrey Sachs said that's a bad idea. Pat Buchanan said that's a bad idea. All these people said that's a bad idea. They all said, Michael Mendelbaum, said the same thing. That's a bad idea. You're just going to provoke the Russians. We're going to fight Russia. We could beat them. We could beat them. And how many dead Ukrainians are there? What was the outcome of that? The Ukrainians should have shut their mouths and said, we're not interested in joining NATO. Nope, we don't want no NATO, open door. We don't want to join NATO. Nope, fuck NATO. We're not playing this game. But no, they played the game. And Zelensky was saying, well, maybe we could get nuclear weapons again. Maybe, all these cocaine addicts running the world. All these fucking cocaine addicts running the world. We got Mark Cocaine Rubio. We got this lunatic over there in Ukraine, Zelensky, crackhead Zelensky, a bunch of cocaine addicts. Bunch of fanatics and cocaine addicts ruling the world. Really. It's sickening. It's sickening, guys. It's so sick. It's so sad. I get so saddened by this. It kills me every time I think about it. All these people being killed and butchered and all this stuff, and the Israelis are laughing and they're dancing as they're killing people. And these assholes in America are like, oh, Palestinian resistance. No. Wrong. The biggest accelerators of this genocide have been the pro-Palestine people for supporting terrorism. And they say, well, Israel's got all these fanatics. They do. Who are the fanatics? Oh, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, we've all heard the names, all the settler fanatics. But think about this for 1 second. Think about this for one moment here. At one point in time in Israel, it was considered taboo to work with Kahanists. You know what a Kahanist is, right? Kahanists were these are Jewish fanatics. It was considered taboo to work with Kahanists. Now it is mainstream in Israel to work with Kahanists. What empowered the Kahanists? What empowered the fanatics in Israel? What empowered Smotrich and Ben-Gvir? All these things. Terrorism. The fanatics in Israel and the fanatics amongst the Palestinians feed off of each other. Palestinians do terrorism. Israelis say, well, maybe we need the fanatics. Maybe the moderates aren't really that good. And then the moderates do evil things, and the Palestinians say, you see, this is why we got to do jihad. I know some of you guys don't want to hear this. Some of you guys hate hearing this, but this is the truth. They feed off of each other. That's the reality. They feed off of each other. Well, we should do an attack. What? Yeah, we should attack them. That's what we should do. Attack Israel. And it's like, you're a moron. Just like the Ukrainians are morons. Just like all the other people are morons. They have a duty to resist. Go help them. Let me tell you something. Israel. Everyone's talking about Palestinian resistance. Israel bombed the hell out of Syria for over a decade. They were bombing Syria over and over again. Bombing, bombing, bombing. What did Saudi Arabia do? Nothing. What did Qatar do? Nothing. What did the UAE do? Nothing. What did Egypt do? Nothing. When Israel was bombing Syria over and over again, when Assad was in power, not a single hair on a man's mustache all over the Middle East moved when Israel was bombing Syria. When they were slaughtering the Gazans, not a single hair on any man's mustache moved when they were slaughtering the Gazans. There's over 1 billion Muslims in the world. There's almost 2 billion of them. If they want to go invade Israel, they'll win. But they're not doing that. So what the Palestinians should have said is, hey, you want us to resist? Help us. But until then, we ain't doing shit. That's what the Palestinians should have done. In my opinion, they should have said, there's over 1 billion of us. There's 10 million of them. There's over 1 billion of us. Why aren't you helping us end this brutal occupation? Until then, until that happens, we're not doing a damn thing. Because if we do it, it's our ass being butchered. It's our ass being butchered. It's the Palestinians being butchered. It's not the Saudis. It's not the Qataris. It's not the Egyptians. It's not fuck all. It's not the Sudanese. It's nobody. It's the Palestinians who get it. So all these people living in America and Canada, they have a duty to resist. Help them. Go try to convince over the 1+ billion Muslims to go liberate Palestine. Until then, you should not be pressuring a very small, unarmed population to be fighting against the most advanced military in the Middle East. I just think that's fucking insane and destructive and evil. If you don't think so, then you're evil yourself. That's my opinion. There's over almost 2 billion Muslims with massive armies. If they all go against Israel, they'll win. But when Israel was bombing the shit out of Syria, as I said, not a single hair on any man's beard bristled when Israel was bombing the Syrians. Nobody cared. Not a single hair on a man's mustache, on any of the men's mustache, moved when Israel was bombing Gaza and exterminating the people there. So the Palestinians should have said, listen, there's the 1+ billion Muslims. If they want to join us, then we'll fight. If they want to join us, then we will do the resistance. Until then, we're out. And the Ukrainians should have told the Americans, you want us to join NATO? Are you gonna guarantee our security against Russia? Nope, fuck you. Really. Especially the dudes pulling the strings and the ignorant. I mean, I don't do blah, blah, blah. Okay. However, their argument. I'm gonna read your guys. If it's any dumb comments, I'm just not gonna read them. However, it would be game over. Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because how do I say this? I think that if the Palestinians didn't resort to terrorism, I think they would have had a much better argument. I think they would say, listen, we're peaceful. We're not doing anything. I think we deserve independence. And I think they would have had a much more legitimate way of doing that. That's my opinion. Now you could say, well, they should have. Well, okay, do they have a state now? Where's the Palestinian state? It's flattened. Gaza is flattened. Did Hamas and their sympathizers ask the regular people who got mad? Exactly. Hold on a second here. Let me see here. Who won in Afghanistan? I don't know. How many fucking Afghans want to go back to Afghanistan? This is the case for American isolationism. Well, American isolationism is dominating American political discourse right now. That's news to me. You're not an agent if it's your honest opinion. Why don't you have somebody like Miko Peled, peace activist and Israeli? His father was I've seen him before. I think he's I've read some of his stuff. Well, I mean, listen, you have what's his name? I forgot. Some moderate voices in Israel, albeit they are a minority. Greater Israel Project, yep. Victim blaming? Victim blaming. Okay. If that's how you interpret what I said, I mean, you're clearly bad faith and dishonest. They stood down for 7 hours. They didn't do anything, and then they did the hand up. Yep, they absolutely wanted it to happen. Iranians are very smart. They are. There were men, women, and children held ID of jails under administrative detention for years. That's what precipitated October the 7th. And so you think that a good solution to that is to accelerate the destruction of your entire region? I mean, that's my question to you. The March of Return. I remember the March of Return. Absolutely. Absolutely. But really, I still don't think it was a good decision. I don't. Now Gaza is about to be colonized by the Turks. So it looks like they're still going to be occupied. Let's see here. God bless. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Second Israel in New Jersey. Yep, I know. Those who trade a little freedom for security will lose and deserve neither. Okay, what are you trying to say? Do you have a list of recommended books? No, I do not, but what kind of books are you looking for? I just can't accept the notion of Palestinians losing the prospect of a state and suffer further because the actions of some bad, misguided militants. I don't know. If you knew that your region was going to become what Gaza is now, would you decide to do 10-7? That's my question. What are you going to grow in your garden? I'm trying to grow eggplant, hot peppers, Korean peppers, gochujang peppers, and basil. Who was listening to the arguments before 10-7, though? I mean, are you saying that we should sacrifice hundreds of thousands of Palestinians? That's exactly what the Israelis want. That's what I'm saying. Is it really the Palestinians when Israel funded and funds Hamas? Well, that's not the point. The point is that you gave them the green light to do it, and a lot of people are applauding Hamas. That's what I'm saying. How would they have gotten noticed? Not arguing, just asking? Well, I think if they said, listen, we're not going to attack, we're not going to be terrorists, they would have not given the argument that the fanatics want, is what I'm saying. And eventually, there would have been a better road for a Palestinian state. That's what I believe. Or they would have just mingled with Israeli society and would have been done with it. Can you please, so, I don't know. Jesus lived under Roman occupation, and he didn't support Barabbas, is what I'll say. Any books on the Byzantines? Ooh, that's a good one. I would highly recommend the Histories by John Skylitsis. Here, I'll write the title for you. History by John Skylitsis. Yes, Eusebius's church history is amazing. I would also recommend, let me see here, War by Josephus is excellent. Let's see here, hold on. When is it okay to attack? I don't think you should go to war when you know you're going to be butchered. I just don't. I think if you know you're going to lose and your people are going to get genocided, that's not a good strategy. That's a very destructive strategy. Thank you, no problem. Jesus was God, so God didn't side with Barabbas. He didn't. And the mob sided with Barabbas over Jesus, over God. So I'm not going to side with a bunch of Barabbases. I'm just not. And plus, I don't care how long you've been occupied, that doesn't justify murdering civilians. Just like what the Palestinians did not justify what the Israelis did. I'll be right back, guys. I'm making myself a snack real quick because I am hungry. My brain needs some carbohydrates. Give me 1 second, okay? I'll turn the music up for you guys. Does someone know the name of the song? Here, I'll put it in the chat for you. All the music that's been playing for the past 3 hours or so is in this video. Here, I'll give it to you guys. Here you go. All right, so I'm back. Let's see. I just ate something, so that means it's safe for me to light a smoke. So let's light a smoke. Got some colonial pastime tobacco. Good stuff. Smoke for me tonight. I didn't bring my pipe with me because I was staying in a hotel this weekend. Turns out my room has a balcony. I could have. Oh well, I'm smoking for you, man. This pipe's for you. This bowl is for you. By the way, Mr. Sweet is the one who gifted me this tobacco, so we're smoking this one for you. We're all sort of on edge right now. What is your opinion on minimalism and minimizing the amount of stuff people have? I think it's a great idea. I think clutter is a huge problem for mental health, and I think it's always good to unclutter your room. So I'm all for it. Theo Hobbit Hobbington. Having too much stuff becomes cumbersome. Yes, it does. I've been listening to Iranian classical music, and I wanted to show you guys an example of what I'm talking about here. Oh, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Oh, this is it. I was listening to this a few nights ago, and it's so good. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold up. This piece of music was composed by an Iranian composer by the name of Hossein Alizadeh, and it's such a, oh my god, it's a beautiful piece of music. Right here. Listen to this right here. Listen to this. Listen to this. The Israelis can never produce music like this. By the way, this was recorded in the 1980s. Here, I'll put the link in the chat here. It's such a great piece of music. You got to listen to it for yourself. I love this part here. It's like something out of a movie. Play this part here. Hold on. I love this. I love this. I love this. I love this part right here. Right here. Right here. I don't know. I'm gonna play the whole thing for you guys, but it's just a beautiful piece of music. I absolutely love it. Hmm. I'll go back to the just tuned in at the right time. Well, there you go. Glad to have you on. Drinking some Malbec, doing taxes. Oh, that sounds nice. Well, at least I'm helping you through it. I love the moodiness of the cello. Yeah, same here. I stepped out and he's smoking the pipe. I thought no pipe tonight. Well, I loaded up on carbohydrates, so it's safe. Love the music and the pipes. Oh, yeah, it's great stuff. It's compelling music. Yeah, I agree. Epic soundtrack. Feels like a road trip on horseback. Yeah. Who's the artist and the conductor? It's Hussein Ali Zadeh. The link is in the chat. Here, I'll give it to you again. Hold on. In case you missed it. All right. Now I want to show you guys something else here. Now look at this one, guys. Check this out. U.S. planning to pull all troops from Syria, sources say. Now, this is exactly what the Israelis are terrified of. They're terrified of this. And the Americans are saying, no, we're planning on pulling out all the troops from Syria. And the Israelis are terrified of this because they know once the Americans are gone, Turkey is going to fill in the vacuum. I'll make this a little bit smaller. Hold on. The U.S. is planning to withdraw about 1,000 remaining troops from Syria over the next 2 months, U.S. officials told CBS News, ending a roughly decade-long American military presence there as part of the fight against the Islamic State. So the Americans had their troops there supposedly to fight ISIS, and they were using the Kurds as proxies to fight against ISIS in Syria. The Americans told the Kurds, you need to integrate yourselves into the new Syrian military. And as Tom Barak, the American ambassador to Turkey, said quite clearly, the purpose of the Kurds has expired. And yes, he did use the term expired. And so the Americans threw the Kurds under the bus, and they forced the Kurds to really disarm themselves and to integrate themselves into the Syrian military. And initially, the Kurds were very stubborn. They were very resistant to this, and the Kurds said, no, we don't want to. We don't want to drop our weapons and integrate ourselves into the Syrian military. And so what happened? The United States gave the green light to the Turks to back the Syrian military and to facilitate the Syrian military's defeat of the Kurds, of the Syrian Democratic Forces, which really consisted of Kurdish fighters who wanted to form a Kurdistan in Syria. And the Americans threw the Kurds under the bus. They green-lighted the Turks to defeat the Kurds in northeastern Syria. And the Turks said, America, you don't have to be here anymore. We got you covered. The Kurds no longer really have an army. They have been vanquished. And now we can proceed with our mission to fully unite Syria. Under Ankara, of course, under Turkish power. And the Americans are now saying, okay, we're going to have a full troop withdrawal out of Syria. And just a number of days ago, the Americans did do a substantial troop withdrawal out of Syria. And so the withdrawal of American troops has already begun. The Israelis are terrified of this because it means that Turkey is going to become more powerful in Syria. And Turkey is going to revive its empire in the Levant. And on top of this, the Americans have told the Turks that they want the Turks to have a presence in Gaza. On top of this, the Americans have said that it pleases us to announce that Albania, Kosovo, and Kazakhstan, and Indonesia have pledged to send troops into Gaza. And all of these countries are not only Muslim, but they are also very, very strong allies of Turkey. And Turkey sees Albania and Kosovo as extensions of Turkish power. So if you see Albanian troops and Kosovar troops in Gaza, it will be Turkey extending itself into Gaza, thus further eroding Israeli power in the Middle East. And the fact that the Americans have already withdrawn troops out of Syria tells us that Israel is going down, because the Israelis have been lobbying for years for the Americans to keep their troops in Syria so as to prevent a full Turkish takeover of Syria, and the Americans are not listening. So the Israelis are losing their influence, they are losing their power, and Turkey is rising up, and the Israelis are now having to face this revived Turkish power. So it says here, troops departed the Al-Tanf garrison in southern Syria and the Al-Shaddadi base in the country's northeast earlier this year. The Wall Street Journal was first to report that the remaining U.S. forces are expected to leave. The U.S. has had a presence in Syria since 2015, supporting an anti-ISIS coalition that included the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces. The SDF controlled large portions of northeastern Syria for years amid a civil war that challenged Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad. The security situation in the country has changed considerably since the Assad government collapsed in late 2024. The Trump administration has sought to work with the new Syrian president, Ahmed al-Shara, a former rebel leader who has renounced his former ties with al-Qaeda, blah, blah, blah. And his government clashed with the SDF, but with the help of the Turks, al-Shara was able to defeat the SDF. For years, the Syrian Democratic Forces, who partnered with the U.S., provided security for prisons and refugee camps, blah, blah, blah. President Trump, in his first term, wanted to withdraw from Syria completely and even announced all 2,000 troops would withdraw. His defense secretary at the time, Jim Mattis, resigned shortly after that, citing policy disagreements. Mr. Trump ended up agreeing to keep a small presence in the country. And like I've said, the reason why the United States decided to keep the troops in Syria back in 2019 was because Russia was still strong in Syria. And so Jim Mattis, Big Dog Mattis, told Trump, if you leave Syria, the Russians are going to get stronger in Syria. We can't allow that. We can't have that. So they kept the troops. But look at what's been happening now. Russia is bogged down in Syria, in Ukraine. Bashar al-Assad was toppled in Syria. And Turkey has now been empowered in Syria. And so now Trump can say, okay, well, we don't really have to be there. Let Turkey take care of it. And Israel has been complaining and whining about this, and the Americans have said, nope, tough luck. We are going to empower the Turks in Syria. And so we are seeing America doing things for the interest of Turkey, and really these things go against the interest of Israel. So really this is just another sign of Israel's decline in the Middle East. And it says here, Trump orders complete withdrawal of all troops from Syria within 2 months. The U.S. is preparing to withdraw all roughly 1,000 troops from Syria, ending a decade-long military mission as President Donald Trump reshapes America's posture in the Middle East, according to a report. 3 American officials familiar with the matter told the Wall Street Journal that U.S. forces are expected to depart the country within the next 2 months, completing a full withdrawal after the military already vacated several key positions earlier this year. The move would mark the end of a U.S. ground presence that began in 2014 under Operation Inherent Resolve, etc., etc. And so it says here, there's something here that I'm looking for. And it says here, Tom Barak, the U.S. ambassador to Turkey and special envoy for Syria, said Damascus, under interim President Ahmed al-Shara, is prepared to assume security responsibilities, including control of ISIS detention facilities and camps. So when it says, oh, we're going to give Ahmed al-Shara the security responsibilities over Syria, what that actually means is we're going to give Turkey power over Syria. That's what that means. Israel is like, hey, give us the power. America's saying, no, we don't want that. We don't want that. And the next step is going to get the Israelis to leave Syria. But here's the thing. The question is that going to happen? Well, look at this. Here is a story that got out recently from Haaretz. Look at what it says here. Look at what it says here. I'll make the text a little bit bigger for you guys. Hold on. Now, this is a quote from the Turkish defense minister, Yasar Güler, who said that Turkey will not leave Syria. Now, the Israelis have said Turkey needs to leave. Turkey is saying, we're not leaving. And this is what Turkey's defense minister, Yasar Güler, said just recently. He said, the decision to withdraw from those areas will be made by the Republic of Turkey. We don't care what others say. We have no agenda for withdrawing or leaving those areas. And then, days later, Netanyahu declares these words. He said, quote, there are additional principles in our new defense doctrine. Terrorist armies will no longer sit on our borders. We will not tolerate the presence of jihadists near the borders. The buffer zones, or demilitarized zones running a few kilometers deep along the country's borders, are essential to reduce the risk of a ground invasion. And we insist on this. In light of all this, the IDF remains in the buffer zones in Lebanon and Syria. So Israel is saying, we're not going to leave Syria. Turkey is saying, we're not going to leave Syria. And they're both competing over Syria. So it looks like they're both going to have a war over Syria. That's what it looks to me. They're going to have a war over Syria. And Israel's going to say, well, we have to go to war to defend our buffer zone against Turkey. And Turkey's going to say, we have to go to war against Israel to defend our empirical ambitions, but also because we need Syria to be a buffer zone against Israel. And we can't have these Israelis wandering around with their guns, just blasting people away. So we're going to fight against Israel over Syria. And that's what's going to happen. That is exactly what's going to happen. They're going to have a war over Syria, just like NATO and Russia are having a war over Ukraine. Now, there's something else I want to show you guys real quick. Now, look at this here. This is from the BBC. This came out just recently. Now, look at this. It says here, this is in the BBC. How might the U.S. withdrawal from Syria affect Turkey's military positioning? And it says here, the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Syria, where they have maintained a military presence since the start of the civil war in 2011, is being seen as the beginning of a new era in terms of security and military deployments. The collapse of the 61-year-old Ba'ath regime in December of 2024 and the rise of a new government under Ahmed Shara initiated a process of reassessment of the U.S. military presence in the country. The U.S., which reduced its troop numbers from 2,000 to 900. Do you see how substantial this withdrawal of American troops is? Now, I'm still amazed that the New York Times didn't report on this. I didn't see Haaretz reporting on this. I didn't see the Washington Post reporting on this. I saw Al Jazeera reporting on it. But I'm not seeing a lot of big-name media reporting on this. I wonder why. I wonder why that is. Maybe it's because it's a sign that Israel is losing its influence. Because the Israelis, like I've said, begged the Americans not to leave Syria. The Israelis went so far as to go to the Russians to beg them for protection from Turkey. That's how desperate Israel is. And now the Americans have reduced. It's not like, oh, we're talking about it. Oh, we're going to reduce our number from 2,900. But, we have deliberations on the way. We're going to have some bilateral, trilateral meetings with the Israelis to see what they're thinking. No. It's happened. The troop withdrawal has already happened. 2,000 troops to 900. That's a massive reduction. Massive. And why wasn't this widely reported? I mean, I would think, listen, I subscribe to the New York Times. I subscribe to Haaretz. I subscribe to the Washington Post. I subscribe to Le Monde, which is a French newspaper. I subscribe to The Atlantic. I subscribe to multiple major newspapers. I didn't see any of them reporting on this. None of them. I saw this on Al Jazeera, which is for free. So what's the point of paying for media when you get the best stuff for free? I don't know. Maybe I should just cancel my subscription to the New York Times. I don't know. But they're not reporting on this. I think I know why they're not reporting on this. I think it's because it really does indicate that Israel is losing interest or Israel is losing influence. Because Israel's not getting what it wants. Israel wants those troops to remain there, but most of them have left. The vast majority of them have been withdrawn, which means a power vacuum is forming. And who's going to fill in that power vacuum? Israel's number one existential threat. That's Turkey. So it says here that the troops were evacuated first from the El Tanf base in the south and then the Shaddadi base in the north. And then it says, and this went on in early February. There wasn't a whole lot of mass reporting on this. Reports from the region indicate that U.S. troops have also evacuated the Kasrak base in Hasaka. It is known that the Syrian army has taken over the bases vacated by the U.S. Why isn't this big news? Why isn't this a major story? The Americans have left several major bases in Syria. They're gone. And you have Syrians inhabiting them. That's big. Now you have Syrian fanatics who are being backed by Turkey inhabiting these American bases, these abandoned American bases. The U.S. used the Shaddadi and Kasrak bases together with the Syrian Democratic Forces, whose main components is the People's Protection Units, YPG, as a local partner in the fight against ISIS. And what did Tom Barak say? And I talked about this when it happened. What did he say? He said, the purpose of the Kurds has now expired. Thank you for fighting ISIS for us. Now go fuck off. Goodbye. You now have to fend for yourselves. Goodbye. And now you see this advent of the revived Turkish Empire. It's quite surreal. It is so surreal, the times that we're living in. We're seeing the Turkish Empire getting revived. We're seeing Russia in the war front. We're seeing World War I style fighting in real time in Ukraine. We're seeing the rise of German power. We're seeing Judeo-Nazism with its full ugly face. We're seeing a live stream genocide. It's a crazy ass time to be alive. We're seeing the revival of the German Reich We're seeing the rise of the German Fourth Reich. Fourth times the what's the saying? Third time's the charm. Fourth time's the charm, I guess. And the Americans are backing it up. We're seeing Nazism becoming popular. We're seeing Hitler making a comeback. I mean, it is a pretty scary time to be alive. It is. It's a very surreal and exciting, but very scary time to be alive. And it's very depressing because of all of the loss of human life that we've had to witness. Now look at this. Ankara has long advocated for the withdrawal of American troops from Syria. And what Turkey has been asking for, Turkey is getting. And what Turkey has been asking for is against the interest of the Israelis. And the Israelis are not getting what they want. The Israelis are getting what they don't want in this regard. Which really goes to show that Israel is losing in its power, it's losing in its influence. Okay, hold on. Let me see if there's anything else worth reading in this article. Turkey has long been among the countries advocating for the withdrawal of American troops from Syria. Not Israel, Turkey. The underlying idea behind this request was to end cooperation between the U.S. and the SDF, thereby preventing the YPG, which Ankara defines as a terrorist organization, from establishing a presence on the border. Yeah. And Turkey's not going to withdraw troops. That's not going to happen. They will go to war against Israel before that happens. It's not going to happen. Let's see here. I think there was something else that I wanted to show you guys real quick. I read your guys' comments here. Hold on. I was sad to hear about those books. What books? Hello, brother Shubat. Hello, Sharif. It's strange that Albania and Kosovo recently normalized with Israel. That's why they're on the board of peace. Okay. I mean, they can normalize with Israel, but I mean, Saudi Arabia has been getting friendlier with the Israelis as well, but now you see Saudi Arabia deepening ties with Turkey. I mean, Turkey had diplomacy with Israel for years. They were friends, and they're not friends anymore. So I'm not really sure I would put massive amounts of weight on that. Maybe because the U.S. needs those 1,000 troops to help with the defense of Israel, and the impending Iran battle. Well, it's 2,000 troops. I don't think 2,000 troops are going to be super helpful in a massive war with Iran. And as I've said before, maybe they want to put those troops in Iraq to act as a deterrence against any sort of Iranian military activity in Iraq. That's a possibility. But let's say that that's true. Let's say that you're right about that. Or let's say that this is the case. I'm not saying that you're saying that's right. But let's say that that's the case. It still doesn't negate the fact that America is putting the burden of Syria on Turkey. And let me see if I can... Let's see here. Hold on. And if you look at what the U.S. government has been saying, they're saying that the reason why they're withdrawing the troops is because they're no longer necessary. That's what they're saying. So it says here, the officials said U.S. presence at scale was no longer needed given the Syrian government's willingness to take primary responsibility for combating the terrorist threat within its borders. And by primary responsibility, it's talking about Turkey. So it says here, U.S. forces began pulling out of their largest base in northeastern Syria on Monday, part of a process of full departure as the U.S. increasingly relies on the allied government in Damascus to consolidate its control over all parts of Syria and fight the Islamist State. And by the way, the Americans were not planning on having U.S. troops fight against the Iranians. That's not their plan, because that would be political suicide for the Republicans. So that's just not their plan. They may do a limited strike on the Iranians. Yes, I can see that definitely happening. But the idea of having U.S. soldiers fight with Iranian soldiers, I mean, you're talking political suicide for the Republicans. Because the Democrats, I mean, they would just say, look, we're dealing with another George Bush. Do you want another Bush? No. And the Democrats could say, listen, we had a great deal with the Iranians. The Republicans broke it. And so you should vote for us if you don't want to go to war. I mean, you would provide the perfect argument for the Democrats. If the Republicans send troops to fight the Iranians, then the Republican Party would deserve losing to the Democrats. That's what I would say. So it says here that dozens of trucks, some carrying armored vehicles, departed the base at Kasrak in Hasaka province on Monday morning, witnesses said. So, and another thing also, the United States would not give up their bases if this wasn't a serious withdrawal. They're giving up their bases to the Syrian military and really effectively to Turkey. The official said U.S. presence at scale was no longer needed given the Syrian government's willingness. Okay, I already read that. That's already on top of the article. So yeah. Maybe they'll come back. Maybe. But the way I look at this is a withdrawal from Syria and an empowerment of Turkey. Because Trump has been wanting to do this since 2019. And he's found his opportunity. Cut by half while you called it months ago. I mean, listen. Trump said that this is what he wanted. He said this in 2019. He told RFK, I want to withdraw from Syria. And he was looking for an opportunity. And it looks like now is his opportunity because Russia is busy with Ukraine. Albania and Kosovo want to join the European Union. Well, perhaps they'll change their mind and they'll join the Turkish Empire. Maybe that's what's going to happen. Let's see here. This is the third time in my lifetime USA threw Kurds under the bus. Well, they have done it before, yes. Check out Kamancha by Adalat Vezerov. I'll check it out. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Hegseth is going to bring the draft back. Okay. They're going to bring the draft back. They're going to what? They're going to flood Iran with American troops. It's going to be a slaughterhouse. Is that what they really want to do? Really? They will destroy the Republican Party. I'm telling you right now, they will destroy the Republican Party. And if they do bring the draft back, the Republicans will deserve everything they'll get. They will deserve all of the political humiliation and defeat that they will get. They will deserve all the hatred, and I will never feel sorry for them, ever. I just won't. And if there is a massive troop deployment into Iran, to go fight for Iran, expect to see massive amounts of resistance from people, just like there was massive amounts of resistance against the vaccine and against the COVID protocols. And once you start seeing dead American troops in coffins draped with the American flag, it's over. You're talking about American morale being ruined, destroyed, for a war that really America doesn't have to get involved in. And that's it. That's the bottom line. And Iran will be destabilized, just like Iraq. And the Turks will just march right into Iran. And Israel will have to look at the rising Ottoman sun, gazing upon its terrified face. So, no matter what, Israel is screwed. That's just the bottom line. Iran is not Iraq. Yeah, it's much worse. It's much more dangerous. And it doesn't even matter if Iran loses in a war. Israel's still screwed. And how do I know? How do I know that Turkey is going to park into Iran? The Turks are telling the whole world their plans. This is from a Turkish publication called Turkish Minute. And this came out just recently. It says, NATO surveilling Iran from Turkey as Ankara mulls. Mulls is an old Anglo-Saxon word. It means to think over. Ankara mulls entering Iranian territory to stop refugees. Yeah. And that's exactly what they said about Syria, by the way. They said, well, we have to send troops into Syria to stop all these floods of Syrian refugees from entering Turkey. Well, the Syrian civil war, last I checked, is over. And are the Turks withdrawing their troops and going back home? Nope, they're still there. And in fact, the Turks have only increased their number of troops in Syria. And they're sticking around. They ain't planning on leaving. They ain't going anywhere. They are planning a full occupation of Syria. And so now they're playing the same game about Iran. They're saying, well, you know, we might have to send Turkish troops there and to defend our country from evil refugees. That's what they said about Syria. And they're still there. So now they're saying the same thing about Iran. And it says here, surveillance of Iran from a NATO airbase in central Anatolia has recently increased as Ankara prepares for the possibility of a U.S.-led strike on its neighbor and weighs contingency plans for a wave of refugees, including a possible move into Iranian territory in a collapse scenario. So even if Israel gets what it wants, guys, even if it gets what it wants and America goes to war against Iran, Turkey's still going to rise up. They got plenty of people living in Turkey. They got, what, 83, 85 million people? They got a very large youth population. They have a very large male youth population. A lot of soldiers to spread around. A lot of soldiers. Plenty more than the Israelis have. And so the Turks are saying, hey, if there is a war in Iran, we're putting our troops into northern Iran. And so our empire is just going to grow. We're going to become more powerful. And Israel's still going to have to face Turkey. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the Israel lobby does. It doesn't matter what the Israelis say. It doesn't matter what they do. They are screwed. End of story. They're screwed. That's it. So if they don't get the war, Turkey's still going to rise up. If they do get the war, that will give the green light for the Turks to invade northern Iran. And the project of Turkish expansionism, the project of Greater Turkey, is just going to get bigger. The report said Turkish authorities are preparing for a possible U.S.-led attack on Iran that could be aimed at forcing Tehran to make concessions, blah, blah, blah. Now it says here, The report also said Turkey has updated contingency plans for a large displacement crisis. Those options include setting up camps near the border and, in the case of a power vacuum in Iran, entering Iranian territory. I mean, the Turks are telling you what they're going to do. They're like, yeah, if Iran gets destabilized, we're just going to enter. Just like Syria, just like Iraq, just like Libya. There's a pattern here, guys, and apparently the Israelis are too pride-filled, too arrogant, and too narcissistic to see that, well, their plans are not going to avail over the fog of their own deception. Their own self-deception, I should say, because they have deceived themselves that they are invincible. And their decisions are only pushing them closer and closer to their own demise. Let's see here. Hold on a second. And by the way, who lives in northern Iran? Azeri Turks. A perfect opportunity for the Turks. They go into northern Iran and they say, hey, we're Turks, you're Turks, we speak the same language. Why don't you join Greater Turkey? And they will work to take a chunk of northern Iran and embed it into Greater Turkey. Let's see here. Let's see here. The U.S. could just overthrow the Turkish government to make them behave for Israel. You see, people think that the world is ran by super Jews. And what the super Jews want, the super Jews get. And no matter what they want, they're just going to get it with no repercussions. Well, they tried that in Iraq. Saddam Hussein was against the Israelis. He launched some missiles over there to Israel, and he supported Palestinian suicide bombers. That's what they say, whatever. And so Israel said, well, we have to get this guy overthrown. And the Americans said, okay, well, we're going to do this war for Israel. We're going to overthrow Saddam Hussein. That's going to help the Israelis. And the Israelis said, yeah, that's going to help us. And so America overthrew Saddam. Has that helped the Israelis? Who's in Iraq right now? Who's in Iraq? Turkey. Iran. And removing Saddam Hussein only empowered the Iranians against the Israelis. So that didn't work. See, this is the problem with how people see things. And this is not a personal attack on anyone. This is just my own perspective. The problem, and this is just a criticism that I have, or a critique is a better way to put it. It's a critique that I have. The problem is that people think that it's just so easy to overthrow a leader and then, yeah, shabam. People are going to love it. They're going to accept it. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it doesn't. And when the people are against you, you can overthrow their leaders. They're still going to be against you. And as I've said many times, you can't fight the vibes. You cannot beat the vibes. You can't. And politics is a vibe. And the vibe in Turkish politics is that Israel needs to be overthrown. Israel needs to be dismantled. You can't beat that. You can't. So you can overthrow the government of Turkey, put in a new government. Guess what? People in Turkey are still going to hate Israel. Still going to hate Israel. It's still going to be there. So, no. That's just not going to work. You can overthrow the government. Not going to work. They are Azeri Turks and Turkmen in Khorasan. who speak Turkic, I believe. Turkey should just leave NATO. Well, I think when their Turkic NATO becomes powerful enough, they're just gonna do whatever they want. The Iraqi resistance is now stronger than Saddam's army because they have range. Arab armies are weak because they don't have range. Iran has 93 million people and is almost as large as Alaska. Mountains that make Afghanistan look flat. Yeah, that's a very good point. And you see, what made defeating the Taliban impossible, really, for the Americans was the terrain. The Taliban had the terrain on their side. Now, there's a video that I watched on X. You can find it if you search for it. It's basically a video of the Taliban ambushing the Americans. And you see the Americans, they're on their vehicles, they're on their Jeeps, or their Humvees, whatever you call them. They're in their military vehicles, and they're driving through this canyon. And the road is so ridiculously narrow in between these mountains that you're just basically a sitting duck. You're a fish in a barrel. Quite literally, you are a fish in the barrel. And you see these Taliban guys, they're singing as they're hitting these Americans. I mean, at least there's music in the background. Maybe it's some music that they played over the video. I don't know. But it sounds like they're singing. Anyway, they're just firing on these Americans. I mean, it doesn't take that much training to do that. The target is in such a narrow space that it's difficult for them to escape. And you just hit them. And that's why it was impossible for the Americans to really win in Afghanistan. They have the terrain on their side. Iraq is a lot flatter. Gaza is extremely flat land. There's no mountains in Gaza. There's no mountain ranges in Gaza. It's very flat. As you said, Iran is very different. I'm telling you right now, I just do not see a boots on the ground operation going on in Iran. I just don't see that happening. And if it does happen, then the Republicans will be destroyed, politically speaking. They'll be ruined. And I just don't see the Republicans wanting to do that unless they're truly insane. The whole scenario is retarded. Yeah, it is. Happy Friday. Thank you, Mr. Jacob Glowsticks. Yemen and Lebanon use long-range anti-tank missiles. Troop deployment, etc. Helicopters will always be at risk. Yep. Yeah, Iran, I mean, it'll be a meat grinder. It just won't be good for the Americans at all. It just won't be good for the Americans at all. Turkey would get smacked by Iran? Maybe, but I don't see them going to war against each other. I see them deepening their security ties against the Israelis. And a Turco-Iranian alliance against Israel would be just unstoppable. I think if the U.S. goes on ground into Iran, there will be huge casualties. Yep, it'll be a meat grinder. Turks have always been moderate Muslims. They can mend the Sunni-Shiite divide. Yeah, absolutely. They do have that diplomatic ability because they're Sufis, and Sufism is very much. There's a huge overlap between Sunni ideas and Shiite ideas and Sufism can unite both of the denominations. The geography of Iran is very mountainous. Yep. There won't be any boots on the ground unless they use proxies. Well, they're going to try to use Israel just like they've been using Ukraine against Russia. And, I mean, ultimately, it's going to be devastating for the Israelis. You invade Iran with Kurdish proxies. I think I remember playing that. Yeah. Let's see here. Hold up. something I wanted to show you guys real quick. Where is it? I wanted to show you guys something. All right, this is it here. I wanted to show you guys this article real quick. Hold up. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Yoav Gallant warns, the axis of evil is collapsing, but whoever fills the place will be a headache for Israel. So he's saying Iran is collapsing. But even if Iran collapses, Turkey is going to fill in the vacuum. So there are people in Israel who know the reality. And it says here, in a column he published, Yoav Gallant warns that the weakening of Iran and the fall of Assad have created a regional vacuum that Turkey is rushing to fill, especially in Syria. So they are Israelis who know, like Yoav Gallant, they know, even if you defeat the Iranians, Israel is still screwed. Israel's still screwed. He says Israel must restore relations with Ankara. So now they want to restore relations with the Turks because they know the Turks are a massive threat and they know the Turks are rising and they know that the Americans have green-lighted further Turkish expansionism in Syria. They know that the Americans are withdrawing out of Syria, further giving power to this revived Ottoman Empire in Syria. And they know that they are facing this rising Turkish Empire. They know it. And so they know, even if we defeat the Iranians, there's going to be a power vacuum. The Turks are going to rise up, guys. It ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. So now this guy is saying, well, we should have peace with the Turks. How are you going to have peace with the Turks? You're going to tell them to leave Syria? They ain't going to leave Syria. And they're going to tell you, Israelis, to leave Syria. You're not going to leave Syria. So something's got to give. There's going to be a clash. And so it says here, while the world awaits the outcome of the negotiations between Iran and the United States, a quiet but dramatic strategic shift is already taking place. And it says here that a vacuum created by the weakening of the Iranian axis and the fall of the regime in Syria will not remain empty for long. And the one rushing to fill it is none other than Turkey. This trend is clearly visible in Syria. Since more than a decade of war, the Turkish presence has deepened dramatically. Ankara now provides critical support to the Syrian transitional government. Its forces control large areas of the country's north, and its influence extends as far as the Damascus region, just a few kilometers from the Israeli border. So Turkish influence is present just a few kilometers away from Israel's border. That's how serious this is for the Israelis. So the Israelis have realized they've really messed up. They took out Assad. That gave power to the Turks. And now it looks like they're regretting it. Maybe they should have kept the old eye doctor there. Now he's playing video games in Russia. He's playing video games with Putin over there in Russia in his pajamas. So really, Israel is not very wise. It's not very wise at all. And it says here, at the same time, the Turks are expanding. They are expanding their grip in North and East Africa, eyeing involvement in Jerusalem and the international force in the Gaza Strip. They want to be a part of the international stability force. And what did the Americans say recently? Albania and Kosovo, Indonesia and Kazakhstan, they've all pledged troops. Kazakhstan is a member of Turkey's Organization of Turkic States, Turkey's NATO. Albania and Kosovo are both extensions of Turkish power in the Balkans. Turkey is the biggest investor in both Albania and Kosovo. So if you have Albanian, Kosovar, and Kazakh troops in Gaza, that's an extension of Turkish power right smack next to Israel's southern border. And it says here that the Turks are expected to sign a massive energy deal with the US at the NATO summit soon. And then it says that they are paving the way to get F-35 jets. This is a translation from Hebrew, so the sentences are a little bit fragmented, but that's what it's saying. They want to buy F-35 jets. The Israeli lobby has been pushing for years to prevent Turkey from being able to buy F-35 jets. If America starts selling F-35s to the Turks, it will prove the further weakening of the Israel lobby, the further weakening of Israel, and it will be another sign of the coming demise of the Jewish state. If Turkey gets F-35s, it will mean Israel no longer having the military edge in the skies over its neighbors. And it will mean Turkey also having that edge, even against the Israelis. And it says here, while Iran has operated mostly in the shadows through terror and proxies, Gallant notes that Turkey poses a much more complex challenge because it is an organic part of the Western system. In other words, Turkey is a part of the West. Turkey is a part of NATO. Turkey is seen as legitimate by the Americans. Turkey is seen as a country that can really control the Middle East by the Americans. Iran doesn't have that legitimacy. Iran doesn't have that position. It's not seen in that light, but Turkey is. So it's very difficult for the Israelis to combat against Turkey because Turkey gets so much backing from the United States. So Israel really can't go against them. So Turkey can continue to get more and more powerful. This is why the Israelis are screwed, frankly. And it says here, Ankara confronts Israel rhetorically, but trades with Europe and enjoys diplomatic legitimacy. The two countries, heirs to historic empires, are competing for regional leadership. But as Tehran's Shiite axis weakens, Sunni players led by Turkey are storming into the picture. Gallant calls on Israel to act actively and realistically to restore relations with the Turks. So the Israelis are terrified of the Turks. They're so terrified that this Gallant guy is urging his people to restore relations with the Turks because they're terrified. Because Turkey is a military that can beat Israel, and Israel can't beat Turkey. And Gallant says, those who wait for the new order to take shape before responding will find that they are no longer shaping it, but living within it. In other words, if we don't take control of the situation, we're going to be living in the midst of the situation that we're trying to avoid. And they're trying to avoid living under Turkish power. And they're not really able to stop it. You can't stop what's coming because the Americans are supporting it. The Americans are green-lighting the revival of Turkish power. Hence why the Americans have withdrawn so many troops. That's why the American troop number in Syria has been reduced to 900, from 2,000 soldiers to 900 soldiers. That's a massive reduction because the Americans are creating the power vacuum for the Turks to fill. And the Israelis know it, and they can't stop what's coming. Israel knows who the Turks are, a people with 16 empires in their history. Ahmadinejad was a true populist outsider. Okay. Turkey will be the juicers. Iran is sovereign. They should elect whomever they please. Okay. Ahmadinejad is far more authentic than the California pampered Shah. Yeah, I agree. They should bring the Shah. Good luck with that. He's hated. No more endless wars. I agree. Yeah, I completely agree. Brrr. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, sir. Thank you. When you are digging yourself into a hole, it's best to stop digging. True. And the Israelis just keep digging. That's the problem. It's exactly what Jesus said. He said, blind leading the blind. I haven't really been caught up on the situation in Iran. Is the uprising still ongoing? I think the Americans are still trying to facilitate it. But I really hope that they can broker a ceasefire agreement and be done with it. But who knows what's going to happen. Self-inflicted Achilles heel. Yep. Chill to prison. Doesn't feel like the end of this week without some theology. Agreed. Absolutely. Anyway, guys, I think I am done. I've been here for almost 5 hours, and yeah, I've been kind of relaxing more. I used to do a lot more intense streams, and I still plan on doing intense streams. It's just that, well, I started a little bit late today, and there wasn't really a whole lot on the news, to be honest with you guys. There really wasn't a whole lot of stuff. But I did search for hours on the news to see if there's anything really worth talking about. And sure enough, there definitely was stuff worthy of talking about, just like the massive American troop withdrawal, the further rise of Turkey. I mean, these are all super important stories that are not really being widely reported on, and they're not really being talked about enough. But now that I've talked about news stuff and, you know, current events and all that, maybe I should talk about video games more. I don't know. Somebody asked me about video games earlier in the stream. I forget exactly what this person said, but I think he asked me about Resident Evil or Elden Ring or something. I don't remember, but yeah, video games, man. I really love them. I love playing Bannerlord. I've been playing Bannerlord a lot. A lot. Been playing it. And I can play that game for hours. And man, I am playing the smallest faction in the game. I'm playing Sturgia. And I was only controlling one castle. And I went to war against the biggest faction in the game, and that's Vlandia. Vlandia is like, I would say the most overpowered forces in Calandria are Vlandia and the Kuzites. The Kuzites, of course, because they just spam you with horse archers, and then Vlandia, they just spam you with horse riders, horse charges. And once they hit you with the horse charge, I mean, if you don't have enough guys to withstand them, you're going to lose. So I just decided, you know what? I'm going to do a guerrilla war against Vlandia. Vlandia did a massive invasion of my territories, took all of my cities, and all that I was left with was a little castle. That was it. So I said, okay, this castle is now our base of operations, and we're going to fight. So I decided to just do a little guerrilla warfare against the Vlandians, and I amassed a pretty big army. I got like 400, 500 something guys, and I just hunted down lone Vlandian units. Any Vlandian unit that was walking around that I knew I could beat, I just attacked them. Every single one that I could ambush. So I would find a Vlandian unit with just 70 guys. Like, I got 500 guys, we're going to beat you. I would attack them, beat them, behead the leaders, and just keep going. Finding their Vlandian unit. And I did that for days. Just days on end. Just hunting down all these little Vlandian units. Now, if there was any big, massive armies, I would avoid them. But if I saw any small, lone Vlandian units walking around my castle, I'd hit them. And I just kept doing that. I just kept doing it over and over again, chipping away, killing their leaders, chipping away. Then, eventually, Vlandia got so sick and tired of it that They decided to invade my castle with over 1,000 guys. So they had 1,400 Vlandian soldiers come to my castle. We had 300 guys to defend the castle. That's it. 300 guys. Vlandia came in with their 1,400 or so guys, and we got the catapults, and we put the little bombs on the catapults, and we just bombed them to oblivion. We killed almost all of them. Captured 5 of their leaders. I had all of them swiftly beheaded. And I said, all right, Vlandia, you want to fuck with us? Come over and take it. So the Vlandians, they waited for me to leave my castle one day. I left the castle to get some more troops from the Northern Empire. And the Vlandians, man, they popped up and they took my castle when I was gone. They took it when it had little defense. So I said, okay, Vlandia, you want to play that game? I hit one of their cities and I took it over. So now I got one of their cities. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to develop that city. I'm going to make it so powerful, and I'm going to develop the militia of that city. And I'm going to train the hell out of the army in that city. I'm going to arm it with all sorts of catapults. And I'm just going to stay in that city. Once the Vlandians come over to take the city, we're going to use it as a chokehold. And the city that I took over is right on a peninsula. Right on the end of a peninsula, which makes it very difficult to flank me because we're on a peninsula. They can't walk on water. So I now have this amazing choke point to use to defeat Vlandia. Geopolitics for the win. Thank you, Theo, for your analysis. Appreciate that, Mr. Alexis. Chill Step, all right, good night, sir. Why are the endings of Resident Evil games almost always bad and unsatisfying? I've noticed this a lot with everything Japanese. Maybe it's because they plan on making more games, I don't know. Elden Ring had kind of a depressing ending and sort of a dead ending that fizzled out. The Resident Evil 4 ending is pretty cool. I mean, it's just whatever. But I noticed that with Resident Evil endings, they always end in a way where you know that there's going to be another game that's going to continue the story. Bannerlord sounds like a good weekend. Oh, Bannerlord's amazing. It's a Turkish video game, too. I love it. Yeah. Made by Turks. Yep. Yeah, it's a great game. I need to get back to gaming. I've been on mobile games. Ooh. Yeah, get back to the console games or to the PC games. Thank you, Theo. Always great to hear from your opinions. Appreciate that, MMXXIV. Turkey's developing its own stealth fighter. Yep, I know. I'm intrigued about these endings. I will go see. Yeah, if you look at Resident Evil endings, I mean, if it's Resident Evil 4 or 5 or Resident Evil Revelations 2... Resident Evil Revelations 8, or sorry, Resident Evil 8 Village. Their endings always are just indications that the story is just going to go on. Because Resident Evil games, as long as they have the loyal following that they do, they're always going to make more Resident Evil games. That's just the bottom line. Resident Evil games have been produced since the 1990s. I mean, since 1998, when the first Resident Evil game came out. And they've been making Resident Evil games ever since. And why is that? I mean, why has the Resident Evil franchise survived for this long with much success? It's because the games are good. That's just the bottom line. The games are good. And what makes them good is that they are really just straightforward stories. I mean, especially if you look at Resident Evil 4. What makes Resident Evil 4 so good? I mean, people are still playing it. People are still streaming it to this day. Nowadays, I mean, you can find people streaming Resident Evil 4 and they'll get tens of thousands of views. And I was watching Maximilian Dude. He was streaming the RE4 remake a number of days ago, and he had over 100,000 people watching him. So I'm thinking, how does this game still have this effect on people? And the reason why it's so good is because it's a straightforward shooter game. The guns look good. They sound good. The story is interesting. You're out to save the president's daughter from a cult. And you just go in there and you kill the cult. You get into battles with the cult. You shoot the cult. You take it out. And you upgrade the weapons. So the game has this constant evolution as you're playing it. And the game also has a really good feedback loop. So as long as you're continuing to play the game, for a long time, you're going to be continuously upgrading your character. Continuously upgrading your skills, continuously upgrading your guns, continuously upgrading your stuff. And so you can beat the game one time, but you can continue to play the game over and over again, and you will see you'll get new guns, you can upgrade them, you can get these guns to become more powerful. And so I mean, this is not permanent, but with Resident Evil 4, you can have numerous playthroughs, and each playthrough will be different because of the fact that you can change the guns. Thank you, Theo. Okay, to disagree, I'm going to say it's free Palestine. All right. All right, we'll see you later. Do you think they made a mistake in the story by making Umbrella as a company no longer important, but merely a remnant? No, I don't think so. I think it's just, it adds diversity to the story. I don't really have an issue with it. Umbrella always has a mark in these games. Like, even if you look at Resident Evil 7, I mean, with RE7, it was like, there was Umbrella in the end. Umbrella is this evil company whose shadow is seen in every game. And you could play Resident Evil Village and Umbrella is there. And I think it makes the game interesting. It's just, it's this evil shadow that's just always lingering and hovering over the game. And I think it's great. And I like how they will manage to put Umbrella's footprints in the middle of some village in Romania. I think it's interesting. Whenever Resident Evil goes into strange aristocratic cults, it sets such a good mood. Oh, yeah, yeah. I haven't played Veronica in ages, but I never played Veronica. I never did. I never really got the console for it because I am the type of Resident Evil fan who started playing Resident Evil in 2004. I'm one of those guys. I know some of the OG RE fans like to look down on us, but that's just the case. I got into Resident Evil 4 and in 2000 and whenever the game came out, it was in 04, 05, and I loved it. And that's when I fell in love with Resident Evil, was Resident Evil 4. And ever since then, I've been playing Resident Evil. I've played RE5, RE6, RE7, RE8. I played Revelations 1 and 2. I played Raccoon City. What else? Yeah, I played all those games. I played RE2 Remake, RE3 Remake. I played them. They're great. I played some of the... I played some of RE0, which was... I stopped playing it because it was kind of a tedious game. And then I played some of the RE1 HD remake for the GameCube. And that was okay. The Umbrella Corporation is one of the best. It is. It's just... It's very fascinating. Shadow, that's always hovering. Sounds like Apex. Yeah, there you go. It's Apex. RE9 came out. Yeah, but it's a $70 game. And so... I don't know why they have to make the game $70. I just don't. It's just too much money. I'm going to wait for the game to be reduced to price, and then I'm going to buy it. If it goes down to $60, maybe 50, 55, I don't know, I'll buy the game. I haven't really watched any videos on RE9, but I think it sucks that gaming has become this expensive.
Are you frustrated?
Let me see here. Hold on. What's the price going for? $70 at Target. Yeah, it's just crazy. $89.99 for a special edition of the game. That's crazy. That's just crazy. $70 at Walmart. They're not changing the price. Scara music. Yep, absolutely. I still have to beat 7 and play 8. They're both really good games. I really liked 8. I really enjoyed 7. I think they were really fun. RE4 cured my love-hate relationship with the franchise. Yeah, the first RE games, to me, were very boring. They're just very boring. I don't like how the camera angles change all the time. I find it to be nauseating and annoying and obnoxious, and I just don't like it. But I like this... I like the over-the-shoulder camera. I think it just makes the game much more playable and much more comfortable for the eyes. I don't like feeling nauseated when I'm playing a game. What platforms are you playing it on? I'm playing it on Xbox for the RE4 remake. I have it on Xbox Series X. And yeah, the same goes for RE7, RE8. Exactly. Yeah, I just don't like how I don't like playing a game and then the camera's looking at this from this angle and then it's looking at the other angle, then it's behind you, then it's in front of you, then it's just it's not fun and it's not scary too. It's like, oh, it makes the game more scary. No, it doesn't. It just makes the game annoying. I think some people confuse being annoyed with being scared, and it's just like I don't like being annoyed when I'm playing a game. That was my biggest problem with Elden Ring. Is Elden Ring I found to be very kind of a tedious game. There's a lot to do in Elden Ring, but a lot of what you do in Elden Ring is just repetition. Like you're going into a dungeon, it's the same dungeon, and it's just annoying. I don't know. Again, Elden Ring is a beautiful game. I love the music in Elden Ring. I love the aesthetics, but it's a fucking boring, not a boring, but it's a something of a sometimes a tedious video game. Hello, Jack-o'-lantern. Anyway, guys, I gotta get going. It was a lot of fun. We had a great stream. Prince of Persia. I'd never played Prince of Persia. Never played it. I heard it was good, but I never played it. But we had a great stream. I'll say goodbye to everyone. Goodbye, SD Goots, Jack-o'-lantern, Pal Sear, Jacob Glowstick, Steve Smith, Adil Achabar, Jacob Glowsticks, Marvin Vargas, James Jones, K70, MMXXIV, Taft Derek Baker, Daniel Tracy. Is your dad coming on in the future? I'll have to ask him. I'll see you later, History Nerd, Zajbod, Alexis Corral, Chillstep, Laura Celsi, Maximus Decimus Meridius, Cirque, Seaside Vibes, Susan, Optimus V Princeps, Mr. Sweet, Lake Vassum, Robert Griffin, LS, and everyone else who I didn't mention. God bless you guys. Be well. Have a good weekend. And I'll see you guys soon. You guys just heard some theology. God bless. See you later, Pal Seer. God bless. Good night, MMXXIV, Edel Gotchbar, Pal Seer. I already said goodbye, Jacob Glowsticks, Western Rebel. I'll see you guys later. God bless. It's been great. It was a lot of fun. Great stream. And be well. All right, guys. God bless. Be safe.